Welcome to Ancient Wisdom, a sanctuary where timeless wisdom guides you into deep, restful sleep. Let the wisdom of the ages quiet your mind, ease your worries, and carry you gently into the night. If you're here to relax, reflect, and drift into peaceful slumber, you're exactly where you need to be. Before you get too cozy, take a moment to like this video and subscribe to the channel. It really helps me bring more soothing content your way. Also, I'd love to know, where are you tuning in from, and what time is it for you right now? Share in the comments below. Now, settle in, get comfortable, and let the wisdom of the ages guide you into deep, restful sleep.
What if I told you that everything you thought about self-growth is wrong? You've been following advice, setting goals, and chasing success, but it's not working. Here's why. Most of us spend years trying to build confidence, avoid failure, and search for signs before taking action. But what if the real answers are hidden in unexpected places? I've uncovered 50 life-changing insights that have nothing to do with the usual self-help tricks. These aren't just tips. They're hard-learned truths that turn everything we know on its head. In this video, I'll reveal insights that change my life and could change yours too. We'll go beyond the basics. No, just stay positive advice here. These are deep, sometimes uncomfortable truths that can shift your perspective on confidence, relationships, resilience, and so much more. Stay with me, and I'll show you exactly how each one can transform the way you approach life. 1. Confidence comes from keeping commitments. I've learned that confidence is less about what I look like or how others see me, and more about whether I can trust myself. Each time I make a promise to myself, even something small like I'll get up at 6 a.m., I have a choice to follow through or to let it slide. When I follow through, even on these tiny promises, I feel stronger, more capable. It's as if my confidence builds layer by layer, growing out of every commitment I keep. I've realized that self-trust isn't something that just appears. It's something I have to earn daily. There have been times when I've let myself down, and it's remarkable how quickly confidence fades. Maybe I told myself I'd hit the gym 3 times this week, but by Friday, I made excuses. Each broken promise left a little dent in my self-respect. These experiences taught me that the commitments I make to myself are more valuable than anything external. I could win compliments, success, and recognition, but if I'm not honoring my own word, none of that really builds true confidence. Confidence, I've come to see, isn't about being perfect or fearless. It's about being reliable to myself. So I started small, setting realistic goals I knew I could meet, and building from there. Now I find myself setting bigger, more exciting goals, knowing that I have the strength to see them through. Each commitment kept is a quiet victory, a reminder that I can trust myself no matter what life throws my way. 2. Seek problems. Don't avoid them. I used to be a champion problem avoider. If there was a way to sidestep a challenge or a tricky situation, I'd find it. At first, this approach felt like it kept my life running smoothly. No big disruptions, no uncomfortable confrontations. But gradually, I noticed something unsettling. Without challenges, I wasn't growing. I was staying within the boundaries of what I already knew and could handle. The problem with that was I'd reached a plateau. I wasn't stretching myself, and that lack of growth started to feel like stagnation. One day, I decided to face a small problem head-on, a work project that had intimidated me for months. Instead of dodging the responsibility, I dove in, learning as I went, even when it felt messy. I made mistakes, but I kept pushing forward. When I finally completed the project, I felt a surge of pride. It wasn't perfect, but I'd done it, and I could feel that my confidence had grown just by confronting the challenge. That experience shifted my entire perspective on problems. Since then, I've tried to see problems not as roadblocks, but as invitations to grow. Now, when I encounter a challenge, I remind myself that overcoming it will make me stronger and wiser. It's not always easy, and sometimes I still feel tempted to run. But I know that if I avoid the problem, I'll be missing out on growth. Every problem has something valuable to teach me, and facing them head-on has made me more resilient, adaptable, and open to change. I'm realizing that growth rarely happens in my comfort zone, and while that can be uncomfortable, it's also exhilarating. Seeking out problems to solve has become my way of embracing life's opportunities for growth. 3. Dedicate a decade, not a day. I used to be obsessed with instant results. Whether it was fitness, career goals, or even learning new skills, I'd go all in for a few days or weeks, expecting to see drastic changes. When things didn't shift as quickly as I'd hoped, I'd get frustrated and quit. It felt like I was putting in so much effort with nothing to show for it, and that mentality kept me on a cycle of short bursts and burnouts. But one day, I came across the idea of dedicating a decade to my goals rather than just a day or a week. At first, it seemed excessive. Why would I need to think that far ahead? But when I tried this approach, I felt a massive weight lift off my shoulders. Suddenly, I wasn't in a hurry. I had time to make mistakes, adjust, and keep moving forward without the pressure to succeed immediately. I started small, focusing on daily habits rather than immediate results. I knew I didn't need to make drastic changes overnight. Embracing this long-term view changed everything. Instead of getting disheartened by small setbacks, I began to see them as part of the process. I learned that true transformation requires patience, and progress isn't always visible day by day. When I look back over the months and years, though, I can see how far I've come. Now I remind myself to be patient and consistent, trusting that every small effort compounds over time. This shift in mindset has allowed me to pursue my goals without the constant feeling of urgency. Dedicating myself for the long haul has taught me that time, persistence, and consistency can create powerful results, far beyond what any quick fix could ever accomplish. 4. Don't dim your light. For a long time, I tried to keep parts of myself hidden. I was cautious about celebrating my achievements or expressing my dreams around others, fearing that I'd make them uncomfortable or come across as arrogant. So, I learned to downplay my strengths and stay quiet about my goals, thinking it was better to blend in. I convinced myself that keeping a low profile was a way of staying humble, but over time, I started feeling unfulfilled and invisible in my own life. One day, I realized that by dimming my light, I was betraying myself. I wasn't being honest with who I was or who I wanted to become. I was shrinking myself to fit into spaces where I wasn't celebrated or encouraged. This self-censorship wasn't protecting anyone's feelings. It was only holding me back from my potential and preventing others from seeing the real me. I finally asked myself, what's wrong with shining my light? I want to be proud of my growth and my dreams without feeling guilty. Since then, I've decided to embrace my light fully. I share my aspirations and my successes openly, knowing that those who truly care about me will support me. I've also noticed that when I'm unapologetically myself, I attract people who resonate with my energy and who inspire me to grow even further. My light, I've come to realize, isn't meant to dim. It's meant to shine as a reminder to myself, and maybe even to others, that it's okay to take up space in the world. Choosing to live fully and shine has been liberating. I no longer hide parts of myself for anyone's comfort. I embrace who I am, knowing that those meant to be in my life will stay, and those who aren't can look elsewhere. My light is my gift to the world, and I'm no longer afraid to let it shine. 5. Only ask advice from people who've been there. I used to ask advice from just about anyone willing to listen, friends, family, even acquaintances who seemed to have it together. I thought more opinions would mean better guidance, but I quickly realized that too many conflicting perspectives left me feeling overwhelmed and unsure of which direction to take. Even worse, I sometimes got advice from people who hadn't achieved the goals I was aiming for, and that often led me down paths that didn't align with my true intentions. After some reflection, I realized that seeking advice is like choosing a map for a journey. I need to pick one that's already been traveled by someone who's reached the destination I want to go to. If I'm looking to build a business, I should ask advice from successful entrepreneurs, not people who've never taken that risk. The same goes for other areas of life: health, relationships, personal growth. Only those who have walked the path can truly understand its nuances and offer insights based on real experience. Now, I'm more selective with whose advice I seek. I focus on finding mentors or people who've achieved what I aspire to achieve. I've also learned that it's okay to ignore well-meaning advice from people who don't fully understand my goals. This approach has not only saved me time, but has also given me more confidence in my choices. When I ask advice now, I feel assured that I'm getting insights from someone who understands my journey and can guide me effectively. I trust my path more and feel grounded in my decisions, knowing I'm following guidance that's aligned with my goals. 6. Keep a journal. I used to think journaling was just for recording the big events or accomplishments in life. I never thought about using it as a tool for self-reflection or emotional processing. But one day, feeling overwhelmed and unable to make sense of my thoughts, I decided to give journaling a try. I opened a notebook and just started writing everything that was on my mind. No filter, no judgment. By the time I finished, I felt lighter, as if I had cleared space in my mind. That experience showed me that journaling could be more than just a record of life. It could be a powerful tool for self-understanding. Since then, I've made journaling a regular part of my routine. I use it to set goals, reflect on my experiences, and process emotions that I don't always feel comfortable sharing with others. It's a private space where I can be completely honest with myself. I write about my fears, my dreams, and my progress, no matter how small. Some days my entries are long and detailed. Other days, they're just a few lines. But each entry helps me track my growth, see patterns in my thinking, and clarify what I truly want in life. Journaling has taught me the value of self-reflection. I can look back on past entries and see how far I've come, recognize the challenges I've overcome, and notice areas where I still want to grow. It's a grounding practice that reminds me of my journey and keeps me connected to my goals. Now my journal is a trusted companion, a safe space that encourages me to be honest, intentional, and constantly evolving. 7. Normalize leaving people in their reality. There was a time when I would get so frustrated with people who didn't see things the way I did. Whether it was a friend making questionable choices or a family member stuck in a negative cycle, I felt compelled to help them see things my way. I'd give advice, try to fix things and feel frustrated when they didn't change. But over time, I realized something important. I was spending too much energy trying to change others instead of focusing on my own growth. Now, I understand that everyone has their own reality, shaped by experiences, beliefs, and choices. I've learned to respect that, even if I don't agree with it. Instead of feeling responsible for others' choices, I'm learning to let people be exactly who they are, where they are. This shift has been freeing. It doesn't mean I don't care about them, but it does mean I can set boundaries and focus on my own path. Letting go of the urge to change people has allowed me to experience more peace in my relationships. I can support loved ones without feeling burdened by their decisions, and I can focus on my own growth without getting distracted by others' lives. This doesn't mean I don't offer advice when asked, but I no longer try to force change. By normalizing the idea that people are on their own journeys, I've learned to respect both their process and my own. This acceptance has brought me a sense of freedom and clarity that I didn't know I needed. 8. Take on as much responsibility as you can. Responsibility used to feel like a burden. I thought that the more I took on, the more stressful life would become. But as I started accepting new challenges, I realized something interesting. Responsibility actually made me stronger. Each time I took on something new, whether it was a project at work or a commitment in my personal life, I felt a little more capable. I began to understand that responsibility isn't about adding weight. It's about building capacity. Taking on responsibility has been one of the most effective ways for me to grow. I've learned new skills, discovered strengths I didn't know I had, and developed a resilience that serves me in every area of my life. It's not always easy, and sometimes it does feel overwhelming, but each challenge is an opportunity to expand my limits. I used to think of responsibility as something I had to carry alone, but I've learned that asking for help and delegating when possible is part of handling responsibility wisely. Now, I embrace responsibility as a tool for growth. I don't take on everything that comes my way, but I look for opportunities where I can make a meaningful impact. Each commitment I accept is a chance to strengthen my skills, build my character, and make a difference in the lives of others. The more I lean into responsibility, the more confident I feel in my ability to handle whatever comes next. Responsibility, I've come to realize, is a privilege and an avenue to grow into my best self. 9. Life is a mirror, not a window. For the longest time, I viewed life as a window, something I looked out of to see other people's actions, behaviors, and flaws. I'd catch myself judging others, wondering why they acted in certain ways, or getting frustrated with situations that didn't go my way. But eventually, I realized that life is more like a mirror than a window. The things I notice in others often reflect my own insecurities, fears, and unresolved issues. This realization wasn't easy to accept. It felt uncomfortable to think that the frustration I felt toward others might actually be a sign of something within myself. But as I started looking inward, I began to see the truth in it. If I felt irritated by someone's behavior, I asked myself, is this something I struggle with too? More often than not, the answer was yes. This self-reflection has helped me approach situations with more empathy and less judgment. Viewing life as a mirror has been transformative. Instead of blaming others or external situations, I try to focus on what I can learn about myself from each experience. If I'm struggling with someone's behavior, I ask myself what this interaction is teaching me about my own growth. This shift has made me more compassionate and more accountable. Life constantly reflects my inner state, and by paying attention to these reflections, I can work on becoming the person I want to be. It's a challenging but rewarding practice that keeps me focused on self-improvement. 10. Surround yourself with supportive people. I used to think that I could achieve everything on my own, regardless of who was around me. But as I started setting bigger goals, I realized how much my environment mattered. I noticed that the people I spent the most time with had a significant impact on my motivation, mindset, and even my self-belief. Some friends encouraged me and celebrated my wins, while others made subtle comments that left me doubting myself. That's when I knew I had to be more intentional about who I let into my circle. I began seeking out people who uplifted me, those who had their own goals, who believed in growth, and who genuinely wanted to see me succeed. This didn't mean I cut everyone out of my life, but I did start spending more time with those who inspired me. It made a noticeable difference. With supportive friends around, I felt more motivated and more confident in my goals. I realized that when you're surrounded by the right people, their positivity and ambition rub off on you. Having a supportive circle isn't just about encouragement, it's also about accountability. My friends challenge me when I'm slacking and remind me of my potential when I doubt myself. I've learned that a strong support system is a powerful resource. They are the ones who remind me of my worth and push me to keep going, even when things get tough. Now, I prioritize relationships that energize me and let go of those that drain me. Surrounding myself with supportive people has been one of the best decisions for my personal and professional growth. 11. Put your own mask on first. For a long time, I thought taking care of myself was selfish. I'd put everyone else's needs before my own, thinking it was the right thing to do. But over time, I found myself running on empty, mentally and physically drained. I was trying to be everything for everyone else, but I wasn't showing up for myself. Then one day I heard the phrase, "Put your own mask on first," like in an airplane emergency, and it clicked. How can I truly be there for others if I'm not taking care of myself? Learning to prioritize my own needs was a shift. I started small, taking breaks when I felt overwhelmed, setting aside time each day just for me, and learning to say no without feeling guilty. At first, it felt strange, even uncomfortable, to put myself first. But soon I noticed a difference. I was more energized, more present, and less resentful because I wasn't constantly running on empty. Taking care of myself wasn't selfish, it was necessary. Now I make self-care a priority, understanding that it's not just about relaxation, but about recharging my energy so I can genuinely be there for others. I've learned that giving from a place of wholeness is far more impactful than giving from a place of depletion. Putting my own mask on first has allowed me to show up as the best version of myself for the people I care about. I can support others with genuine compassion because I've taken care of my own well-being first. 12. Never too late to change. There were times I felt stuck in life, convinced it was too late to make a big change. Whether it was career goals, personal habits, or learning something new, I had this limiting belief that the opportunity had passed. But then, I started noticing stories of people who transformed their lives at all ages. Some started businesses in their 40s, others went back to school in their 60s. I began to realize that change doesn't come with an expiration date. When I finally embraced this mindset, I felt a newfound freedom. I stopped holding myself back with the excuse of, "It's too late." Instead, I started asking, "What's stopping me?" I took my first steps toward the changes I wanted, and it was empowering. At first, progress was slow and self-doubt crept in, but I reminded myself that every day is a chance to start anew. Each small step built on the last, and eventually I looked back and realized I'd made real progress. Now, whenever I feel too late to pursue a dream or change a habit, I remind myself that life is always moving forward, and it's never too late to jump on board. I've learned to embrace the journey at my own pace, knowing that change can happen at any stage. The best time to start is now, and I'm no longer waiting for the perfect time or feeling constrained by my past decisions. I have the power to change at any moment, and that realization is both liberating and empowering. 13. Treat your body like gold. For years I took my health for granted. I thought I could eat whatever I wanted, stay up late and skip exercise, assuming my body would just keep up. But eventually I began feeling the effects: low energy, frequent fatigue, and just an overall sense of sluggishness. It dawned on me that I was neglecting the one thing that enables me to live my life fully: my body. I realized that treating my body with care wasn't just about looking good. It was about feeling good and having the energy to pursue my dreams. I started paying attention to what I put in my body, making small changes like drinking more water, eating more whole foods, and prioritizing sleep. At first, it felt like an effort, but the positive effects were undeniable. My energy improved, my mood lifted, and I felt more present in my daily life. I began to see my body as a valuable asset that needed nurturing, not as something that could be neglected and taken for granted. Now, I treat my body like gold. I prioritize movement, make conscious food choices, and value rest just as much as productivity. This shift has been transformative. I have the energy and clarity to take on new challenges, and I feel more aligned with my goals because I'm taking care of the vessel that carries me through life. Treating my body with respect has reminded me that health isn't a chore. It's an investment in the quality of my life. And there's nothing more empowering than feeling strong, capable, and ready for whatever life brings. 14. Start investing early. For the longest time, I thought investing was something you did when you were older or had a lot of money. I'd put it off, thinking I'd get to it one day. But the more I learned about finances, the more I realized that time is one of the biggest advantages in investing. Starting early, even with a small amount, allows my money to grow exponentially over the years. That was a powerful realization. When I finally started investing, I didn't have a lot to contribute, but I took the leap. I set up a small automatic contribution to a fund, and though it felt like a minor step, I was amazed at how quickly it added up. Month after month, I could see the progress, and it gave me a sense of security and control over my financial future. The earlier I started, the more time my investments had to grow, and that's a huge advantage I'm grateful to have. Now, I'm passionate about financial literacy, and I encourage others to start investing as soon as possible, even if it's just a small amount. Watching my savings grow over time has taught me that investing isn't about having a huge sum. It's about being consistent and patient. I feel more empowered knowing that I'm preparing for my future, and that each small investment today will bring me greater freedom and security down the road. Starting early was one of the best decisions I've made. and I'm glad I didn't wait for the perfect time to begin. 15. Assume positive intent. I used to get defensive quickly. If someone said something that felt critical or came across the wrong way, I'd immediately assume they were being negative or trying to undermine me. It caused tension in my relationships and often left me feeling anxious or upset over things that might have been unintentional. But one day I read about assuming positive intent, the idea of giving people the benefit of the doubt, and I decided to give it a try. The next time a friend made a comment that felt off, I paused and told myself, maybe they didn't mean it that way. Instead of reacting, I asked for clarification. To my surprise, the conversation went smoothly, and I realized I'd misinterpreted their words. That moment taught me that assuming positive intent can change the entire tone of an interaction. It allows me to stay calm and focus on understanding rather than reacting. Now, whenever I feel triggered by someone's words or actions, I remind myself to assume they have good intentions. This shift has improved my relationships and reduced my stress. I've found that most people aren't out to harm or criticize. They're just expressing themselves, and sometimes things get lost in communication. By assuming positive intent, I can approach situations with empathy and curiosity rather than defensiveness. It's made me a better listener and helped me build stronger connections. Plus, it's a lot more peaceful to give people the benefit of the doubt and focus on understanding instead of assuming the worst. 16. Don't blame others. I used to spend a lot of time pointing fingers. When things went wrong, it was easy to blame others or circumstances for my frustrations and setbacks. If something didn't work out, I'd think, well, if they hadn't done this, or if only the situation had been different. This mindset kept me stuck in a loop of resentment and powerlessness, because as long as I was blaming others, I wasn't taking responsibility for my role in my own life. One day I came across the idea that taking responsibility, even when it's uncomfortable, is the only way to reclaim control. I decided to try it. The next time something went wrong, instead of blaming someone else, I asked myself, what could I have done differently? It wasn't easy to look inward, but it made me feel surprisingly empowered. I realized that by focusing on what I could control, my actions, my reactions, my choices, I could actively improve my life instead of waiting for others to change. Now, I make a conscious effort to own my part in every situation, good or bad. I've learned that taking responsibility isn't about blaming myself. It's about learning and growing. When I stop pointing fingers, I free up energy that I can use to solve the problem, move forward, and make better choices next time. This mindset shift has given me a new sense of freedom and control over my life. I feel more capable and less like a victim of circumstance, knowing that I have the power to create change through my own actions. 17. Your new life will cost you your old one. This realization hit me hard. For a long time, I wanted to change my life, but wasn't willing to let go of my old habits and routines. I wanted the results without the sacrifices. I'd cling to my comfort zone, expecting transformation to happen without having to give anything up. But one day, I had to face the truth. If I wanted a new life, I had to be willing to let go of the old one. The habits, the mindsets, and even some relationships that no longer aligned with my vision had to go. Letting go was hard. I had to stop spending time with people who weren't on the same path and stop wasting time on distractions that didn't support my goals. It felt lonely and uncomfortable at first, but I knew I had to make room for the new life I wanted. I focused on creating new habits, surrounding myself with people who inspired me, and setting boundaries that protected my energy. Slowly, I began to see the results. My old life was fading, and I was stepping into a new, more fulfilling one. Now, I embrace the idea that growth requires letting go. It's no longer something I fear, but something I see as necessary. When I feel resistance to change, I remind myself that my new life won't fit if I'm still holding on to my old ways. I've learned to trust the process of releasing what no longer serves me. The more I let go, the more space I create for new opportunities, experiences, and growth. My new life is worth the sacrifices, and I'm willing to keep evolving to reach my fullest potential. 18. Take risks on real-life experiences, not your phone. I used to spend hours scrolling through social media, watching other people's lives unfold. It was like I was living through a screen, missing out on real experiences because I was too busy watching others have them. The endless scrolling left me feeling empty and envious, wondering why my life didn't look as exciting as the images on my feed. But then I realized I was giving all my time and energy to my phone instead of my own life. So I decided to take a risk. I started putting my phone down and looking for real-world experiences. I signed up for classes, explored new places, and tried things I'd been curious about for ages. The first few times, I felt awkward, even anxious. But with each new experience, I felt more alive. I was creating memories, not just watching someone else's highlight reel. The more I invested in real life, the less I felt the need to check my phone constantly. I realized that true fulfillment comes from being present in my own life, not from comparing myself to others online. Now, I prioritize experiences that nourish me and connect me to the world around me. I still use my phone, but it's no longer my main source of entertainment or validation. I've found that life outside the screen is richer and more rewarding than anything I could scroll through. Taking risks in real life has helped me grow, connect, and discover new parts of myself that I didn't even know existed. I'm learning to value my own life over the digital distractions and focus on living a story worth telling. 19. Respect comes from admiration, not fear. There was a time when I thought that to be respected, I needed to be firm, unyielding, and at times intimidating. I believed that people respected those who showed authority, and I tried to act in ways that projected strength. But this approach often left me feeling isolated and disconnected from others. People may have complied, but it didn't feel like genuine respect. It felt like they were afraid of disappointing me or facing my disapproval. It took time, but I eventually learned that true respect comes from admiration, not fear. The people I respected most weren't those who intimidated me. They were those who inspired me. They led by example, showed kindness, and treated others with empathy. They didn't demand respect. They earned it by being people of integrity, character, and humility. This realization shifted how I approached my own relationships. I started focusing on building respect through trust and kindness rather than authority. Now, I try to lead with empathy and understanding. I aim to inspire others by being authentic, dependable, and compassionate, rather than trying to command respect through authority. The connections I build are stronger and more genuine. People respond to me not out of fear, but because they see me as someone they can trust and admire. Respect rooted in admiration has a powerful, lasting effect, and it creates bonds that are much deeper and more meaningful than any form of intimidation ever could. 20. Tell people about themselves. I used to assume that people already knew their strengths, and I rarely gave compliments or pointed out their positive qualities. But one day, a friend told me how much they appreciated a small compliment I'd given them months earlier. It was something I barely remembered saying, yet it had made a lasting impact on them. That's when I realized how powerful it is to remind people of their strengths and qualities. Often, they don't see themselves the way others do, and a few kind words can lift them up in ways we may never understand. Since then, I've made it a point to tell people what I admire about them. I'll acknowledge a friend's resilience, a colleague's creativity, or a family member's kindness. I don't wait for a special occasion or assume they already know. It's amazing to see how people light up when they're reminded of their unique qualities. Sometimes I even notice that it encourages them to lean into those strengths even more. This practice has not only deepened my relationships, but has also made me more appreciative and observant. I find myself looking for the good in others, and it feels good to uplift them. Now, I understand that telling people about themselves isn't just a nice gesture. It's a gift that can change their day, their perspective, or even their lives. Everyone deserves to be seen and valued, and I'm grateful to be able to offer that reminder whenever I can. It's a simple habit that brings a lot of positivity and connection into my life and the lives of others. Avoid gossip and drama. For a long time I found myself drawn into gossip and drama without even realizing it. Whether it was at work, with friends, or even online, I'd get pulled into conversations about other people's lives, judging or speculating about their choices. It felt harmless at first, even entertaining, but over time I noticed it had a negative effect on my mood and mindset. I was spending energy on things that didn't matter and had no impact on my own life. I started feeling drained and more focused on negativity than positivity. One day, I decided to step back and take a break from these kinds of conversations. At first, it felt like I was missing out, but soon I noticed a shift. My mind felt clearer, and I had more energy to focus on things that genuinely mattered to me. My goals, my relationships, my personal growth. I realized that when I avoided gossip and drama, I felt lighter and more at peace with myself. I no longer carried the weight of judging others, and I was free from the negativity that gossip breeds. Now, I consciously choose conversations that are positive, meaningful, and aligned with my values. I focus on creation, on building something worthwhile in my life, rather than tearing others down. This shift has not only improved my mindset, but has also attracted more like-minded people into my life. I feel happier, more grounded, and more focused on what truly matters. Avoiding gossip and drama has allowed me to cultivate a sense of peace and purpose, and I'm grateful for the clarity and positivity it brings. 22. Improving yourself. Daily is the best addiction. For a while I chased different distractions to escape boredom, social media, television, even shopping. It filled the time but left me feeling empty afterward. Then I decided to try something different, making self-improvement my daily focus. At first it was simple things like reading a few pages of a book, practicing mindfulness, or working out. But as I kept at it, I started to crave this feeling of growth. It became a positive addiction, one where every day I aimed to be just a little better than I was yesterday. This focus on self-improvement transformed my perspective on life. I started setting goals, tracking my progress, and celebrating my wins, no matter how small. I saw how these tiny daily improvements built up over time, creating real, noticeable change in my life. I became more confident, more capable, and more resilient. I stopped looking for quick fixes or external validation because I was already fulfilled by the progress I was making internally. Now, self-improvement is a core part of my life. Each day, I look forward to learning something new, practicing a skill, or working on a personal goal. This daily dedication to growth brings purpose to my routines and adds depth to my life. I'm proud of the person I'm becoming, and I'm excited to see where this journey of self-improvement will lead. Choosing to improve myself every day has been one of the best decisions I've ever made, and I can't imagine going back to a life without it. 23. Learn to say no. For years, I struggled with saying no. I'd say yes to everything. Favors, invitations, projects, because I didn't want to disappoint anyone. I thought being helpful and accommodating was a good thing, but I soon realized it was costing me my time, energy, and, often, my peace of mind. I'd end up overwhelmed with little time left for myself or my priorities. I was stretching myself thin to please everyone else, and it was exhausting. One day, I decided to set boundaries and start saying no to things that didn't align with my goals or well-being. At first, it was difficult. I felt guilty and worried about how others would react. But gradually, I realized that every no was actually a yes to something more meaningful. My own time, my own peace, my own priorities. Saying no didn't make me selfish. It made me intentional about where I directed my energy. Now I see the power of saying no. I'm more focused, more in control, and much less stressed. I've learned that setting boundaries isn't about shutting people out. It's about honoring myself. When I say no to distractions, I'm able to give my best to the things that truly matter. It's a liberating feeling, and it has allowed me to live a more balanced, fulfilling life. I've come to understand that no is a complete sentence, and I'm grateful for the freedom it brings. 24. Be cautious with debt. In my early years, I didn't think twice about debt. It seemed like everyone had it, and it felt like an easy way to get what I wanted without having to wait. I'd use credit for things I didn't necessarily need, thinking I could pay it off later. But as the debt piled up, I began to feel the weight of it. The interest accumulated, the payments grew, and I realized that what once felt like freedom was now a burden that limited my choices. I decided to educate myself on finances and realized that not all debt is equal. There's good debt that can be an investment in my future, like a mortgage or student loan, and there's bad debt, like consumer debt, on things that don't appreciate in value. This knowledge changed the way I approached spending and borrowing. I made a plan to pay off my consumer debt, focusing on living within my means and saving for things I truly needed or wanted. Now, I approach debt with caution and intention. I no longer use credit as an extension of my income, but as a tool for building a stable future. I've learned the importance of living below my means and saving for what matters. This shift has given me more financial freedom and peace of mind. I feel more in control of my life, knowing that I'm not weighed down by unnecessary debt. Being cautious with debt has taught me that true freedom comes from financial discipline, not from instant gratification. 25. Quality over quantity in friendships. There was a time when I thought the more friends I had, the better. I'd spread myself thin trying to maintain a large social circle, thinking it was a sign of popularity or success. But over time, I noticed that many of these friendships were surface level. I didn't feel truly connected or supported. I found myself feeling lonely even when surrounded by people because I lacked genuine, meaningful connections. Then I started focusing on the quality of my friendships rather than the quantity. I invested more time and energy into the people who truly mattered, the ones who were there for me during tough times and who celebrated my wins as if they were their own. I made an effort to deepen these connections, to show up for my friends and let them show up for me. I stopped worrying about having a large circle and started valuing a smaller, more intimate group of friends who genuinely cared. This shift has brought so much fulfillment into my life. I feel supported, understood, and deeply connected to the people I surround myself with. I no longer measure friendship by numbers, but by the depth of the connection and the mutual support we offer each other. Quality over quantity has become my guiding principle, and it has made my relationships richer and more meaningful. I'm grateful for the friends who bring joy, strength, and love into my life, and I wouldn't trade them for anything. 26. Self-care. First, for years I thought self-care was a luxury, something I'd get around to when everything else was done, when everyone else was taken care of, and when there was nothing left to do. But that time rarely came, and I found myself exhausted, stressed, and barely hanging on. I was so focused on making sure everyone else was okay that I neglected my own needs. Eventually, I hit a breaking point and realized that I couldn't keep giving from an empty cup. I started making self-care a priority, even if it felt selfish at first. I carved out time each day to do something for myself, whether it was a few minutes of meditation, a walk outside, or reading a book. I noticed that as I took better care of myself, I had more energy, patience, and focus to give to others. Self-care wasn't selfish. It was necessary for me to show up as the best version of myself in every area of my life. Now, I see self-care as the foundation of everything I do. It's not just about bubble baths or treats. It's about nourishing my mind, body, and spirit so I can handle life's demands with resilience and grace. Putting self-care first has made me a better friend, partner, and professional. I've learned that taking care of myself isn't about indulgence. It's about giving myself the tools I need to thrive. When I'm at my best, I can give my best. And that's a gift not only to myself, but to everyone around me. 27. Fear gives bad advice. Fear used to be a constant presence in my decision-making. It would creep in whenever I was on the edge of something new or challenging, whispering doubts and worst-case scenarios. I listened to it, thinking it was protecting me from failure or embarrassment. But over time, I realized that fear wasn't helping me. It was holding me back. The more I listened to fear, the more opportunities I missed, the more dreams I put on hold, and the smaller my life became. One day, I decided to stop letting fear call the shots. I started questioning it, asking, is this fear real, or is it just my mind trying to keep me comfortable? More often than not, I found that fear was based on assumptions or exaggerated possibilities rather than actual threats. I began to notice that when I pushed past my fears, I experienced growth, excitement, and fulfillment. Fear had been limiting my life, and I was ready to break free. Now, I acknowledge fear when it arises, but I don't let it drive my decisions. I remind myself that fear isn't always rational, and it's okay to feel it while still moving forward. I've learned that courage isn't the absence of fear, it's taking action in spite of it. Embracing this mindset has allowed me to step into new experiences, take risks, and live a life that's full rather than safe. Fear may still be there, but now I see it for what it is. A poor advisor that I no longer take seriously. 28. Be willing to be misunderstood. For a long time, I sought validation in everything I did. I wanted people to understand my choices, my goals, and my dreams. I thought that if I explained myself enough, others would see things my way. But the more I tried to get people to understand me, the more frustrated I became. Not everyone shared my perspective or my vision, and their doubts and criticisms began to weigh on me. I realized that I was holding myself back, fearing their misunderstanding more than I valued my own path. That's when I learned to accept that being misunderstood is often part of pursuing something unique or ambitious. I stopped explaining myself to everyone and started focusing on what mattered to me. Not everyone would get it, and that was okay. I had to be willing to stand firm in my choices, even if others didn't agree or understand. This shift gave me a newfound sense of freedom and confidence. I didn't need approval from everyone around me. I just needed to believe in myself. Now, I embrace being misunderstood as a sign that I'm following my own path, not someone else's. I've learned that staying true to myself is more important than gaining others' approval. This perspective has made me stronger and more resilient, allowing me to pursue my dreams without fear of judgment. Being willing to be misunderstood has taught me the value of self-acceptance and the power of listening to my own voice, regardless of the noise around me. 29. Get rid of all your vices. For a long time, I held on to certain vices, small habits that I knew weren't good for me, but felt harmless enough. Maybe it was procrastination, binge-watching shows, or relying on unhealthy foods for comfort. These habits felt like small indulgences, a way to escape or unwind. But over time, I noticed they were taking a toll. They were distractions that kept me from facing reality, from reaching my goals, and from living my best life. Each vice, however small, was holding me back in subtle but powerful ways. One day, I decided to take a closer look at these habits and ask myself, is this really helping me? The answer was almost always no. I started letting go of one vice at a time, replacing it with healthier habits that aligned with the life I wanted to build. At first, it was challenging. I missed the comfort of my old routines. But as I let go of these vices, I felt lighter, more focused, and more in control of my life. Now, I make a conscious effort to live free from vices that drain my energy and limit my potential. I'm not perfect, but I'm committed to replacing old habits with ones that nurture my growth and well-being. Getting rid of my vices has taught me that true freedom comes from discipline, and that the small sacrifices I make today create space for a more fulfilling tomorrow. Letting go of what doesn't serve me has allowed me to step into a life that feels aligned, purposeful, and genuinely satisfying. 30. Prioritize a regular sleep schedule. For a long time, I viewed sleep as something that could be sacrificed for productivity. I'd stay up late, thinking I could get more done, only to wake up feeling exhausted and dragging through the day. My productivity suffered, my mood was low, and my health started to take a hit. It became clear that skimping on sleep wasn't helping me. It was actually holding me back. I realized that prioritizing sleep wasn't a luxury. It was a necessity for my well-being and success. So, I made the commitment to prioritize a regular sleep schedule. I set a consistent bedtime and focused on creating a relaxing evening routine to help me wind down. At first, it was difficult to break old habits, but the benefits were undeniable. With a full night's sleep, I woke up feeling refreshed, focused, and ready to tackle my day. My energy levels were more stable, my productivity improved, and I felt better both mentally and physically. Now, I see sleep as a non-negotiable part of my self-care routine. It's the foundation of my health, my energy, and my ability to show up fully each day. Prioritizing sleep has taught me that rest isn't a weakness. It's a strength that fuels everything else in my life. By committing to a regular sleep schedule, I've gained a renewed sense of vitality and balance. I'm no longer sacrificing my well-being for temporary productivity. Instead, I'm investing in rest as a way to create lasting success and happiness. 31. Learn the art of persuasion. I used to think persuasion was just about getting others to agree with me. I'd approach conversations with a goal of convincing people that my perspective was right, but it rarely worked out the way I wanted. Often I ended up frustrated, wondering why others couldn't see things my way. It wasn't until I began to study persuasion as an art, focusing on understanding others and meeting them where they were, that I realized persuasion isn't about pushing my ideas, but about creating mutual understanding and trust. When I began approaching conversations with genuine curiosity, I noticed a change. Instead of trying to win, I started listening more, asking questions, and trying to see things from the other person's perspective. This shift helped me connect more deeply, and I found that people were more open to hearing my thoughts when they felt respected and understood. Persuasion became less about making my case and more about guiding people toward common ground. Now, I see persuasion as a skill that requires empathy, patience, and respect. It's about building relationships, not just arguments. I've learned that when I focus on connecting and understanding, people are naturally more receptive to my ideas. This approach has improved my relationships, my professional life, and my confidence. I no longer view persuasion as a way to control conversations, but as a way to foster cooperation, collaboration, and positive change. The art of persuasion has taught me the power of kindness and the importance of listening, and it's made me a better communicator in every area of my life. 32. Embrace failure as learning. I used to fear failure like it was the worst thing that could happen. If I failed at something, I'd beat myself up, feeling embarrassed and defeated. I'd go over my mistakes, wondering why I couldn't get it right the first time. But after experiencing several setbacks, I began to see that failure was actually one of my greatest teachers. Each time I failed, I learned something new about myself, about what didn't work, and about how to improve. Embracing failure didn't come naturally. I had to change my mindset and start seeing mistakes as stepping stones rather than dead ends. Instead of asking, "Why did this go wrong?" I started asking, "What can I learn from this?" This simple shift transformed how I approached challenges. I became less afraid of taking risks and more willing to try things, knowing that even if I failed, I'd come out stronger and wiser. Now, I view failure as an essential part of growth. I see each setback as an opportunity to refine my approach and gain new insights. I no longer let failure define me. Instead, I let it guide me toward a better path. Embracing failure as learning has made me more resilient, more open to challenges, and more optimistic about my journey. It's given me the freedom to pursue my goals with courage, knowing that every failure is simply a lesson in disguise. 33. The word no is a complete sentence. For most of my life, I felt obligated to explain every no I gave. If I couldn't attend an event, take on a project, or do a favor, I'd offer long-winded explanations to avoid disappointing anyone. But over time, I realized that constantly justifying my no was exhausting. It made me feel like I owed people something simply for setting boundaries. Then one day, I read that no is a complete sentence, and it changed everything. At first it was hard to say no without explaining. I worried about coming across as rude or unhelpful, but the more I practiced, the more empowered I felt. I learned that I don't owe anyone a justification for protecting my time, energy, and priorities. Saying no without explanations allowed me to set clearer boundaries and focus on what truly mattered to me. I found that people respected my decisions more when I was direct and confident in my response. Now, I use no as a simple, powerful tool for setting boundaries. I no longer feel pressured to give reasons or apologies for my choices. This approach has given me the freedom to prioritize my needs and spend my time on things that align with my goals. I've learned that no isn't just a refusal. It's an affirmation of my values and my right to make choices that serve my well-being. Saying no confidently has strengthened my relationships and my self-respect, and I'm grateful for the clarity and empowerment it brings. 34. Stay humble by thinking of yourself less. Humility is something I've always admired, but it took me a while to understand what it really meant. For a long time I thought humility was about downplaying my achievements or not taking up too much space. I tried to avoid talking about my successes, thinking that was what made me humble. But over time, I learned that true humility isn't about minimizing myself. It's about thinking less about myself and more about how I can serve others. This shift in perspective has been transformative. I realized that humility isn't about hiding my strengths or achievements. It's about using them to make a positive impact. When I focus less on myself and more on how I can contribute, I feel more connected to the people around me. I'm less worried about how I'm perceived and more focused on doing meaningful work, supporting others, and making a difference. Humility has become less about my ego and more about my purpose. Now, I practice humility by thinking of myself less, not by minimizing my worth, but by focusing on how I can uplift others. This approach has brought me a sense of peace and fulfillment. I feel more grounded and genuinely grateful for the opportunities I have to make a positive impact. Staying humble by thinking of myself less has taught me that true strength lies in service, and that I can achieve more by putting others first while still valuing my own worth. 35. Have a primary aim for your life. For a long time I felt like I was just going through the motions. I'd set goals here and there, but there was no overarching purpose guiding my decisions. I was busy, but felt like I was wandering without direction. Then I came across the concept of having a primary aim, a clear purpose or guiding vision for my life. I realized that I needed something bigger than individual goals, something that would give my life meaning and direction. Setting a primary aim took some deep reflection. I thought about what truly mattered to me, what kind of person I wanted to become, and how I wanted to impact the world. Gradually, I defined a vision that felt authentic and inspiring. With this aim in mind, I began making choices that aligned with my purpose. Decisions that once felt confusing became clearer, as I now had a guiding compass. Having a primary aim has given my life focus and motivation. It's not about having all the answers or a rigid plan. It's about having a sense of direction that helps me stay aligned with what truly matters. Now I feel more fulfilled and energized because I'm working towards something meaningful. My primary aim keeps me grounded and reminds me of the bigger picture, even during challenging times. This purpose has become a source of strength, guiding me forward with clarity and conviction. 36. Stop reading books. Start studying them. I used to read books at a rapid pace, moving from one to the next without giving myself time to truly absorb the lessons. I'd finish a book, feel inspired for a moment, and then quickly move on, forgetting much of what I'd just learned. Eventually I realized that I wasn't getting as much value from books as I could. Reading was supposed to be enriching, but my approach wasn't allowing the knowledge to stick or make a real impact. So, I decided to try something different. Instead of racing through books, I'd study them. I'd take notes, reflect on the key points, and consider how each lesson could apply to my own life. I began rereading certain passages and even discussing the material with friends or colleagues. This approach transformed my reading experience. Books became more than just entertainment. They became tools for personal growth and sources of wisdom that I could carry with me long after I'd turned the last page. Now, I approach books as mentors rather than just stories. I don't rush to finish. Instead, I take my time to really internalize the lessons. Studying books this way has deepened my understanding and helped me apply the insights to my daily life. I find myself returning to certain books again and again, extracting new meanings each time. This practice has taught me that knowledge isn't about how much I consume. It's about how well I apply it. By studying books instead of just reading them, I'm able to turn knowledge into real, lasting change. 37. Teach people how to treat you. For a long time I struggled with setting boundaries. I'd tolerate behavior that made me uncomfortable or unhappy, thinking it was easier to go along than to address it. But over time I realized that by staying silent, I was teaching people that this treatment was acceptable. I was, in a way, setting the standard for how they interacted with me. I learned that if I wanted respect and kindness from others, I had to set clear boundaries and communicate them. Setting boundaries didn't come naturally. At first, it felt confrontational, but I quickly realized that boundaries are actually an act of self-respect. When I started speaking up, people began to understand my limits and adjust their behavior. I didn't have to be harsh or demanding. I simply had to be honest about what I needed and what was or wasn't okay. By teaching others how I wanted to be treated, I created healthier, more respectful relationships. Now, I'm intentional about showing others how to treat me. I communicate openly and stand by my boundaries. This practice has improved my relationships and brought a sense of peace and balance to my life. I've learned that when I set the standard, people respect it, and those who don't simply aren't meant to be in my life. Teaching others how to treat me has been empowering. It's a way of honoring my own worth and creating an environment where I feel respected, valued, and supported. 38. When things get easy, go harder. For a long time I thought reaching a level of comfort was a sign that I could ease up and coast along. When things started feeling easier, I'd let myself relax, thinking I'd already done the hard work. But I noticed that whenever I got too comfortable, I'd start to feel stagnant and unfulfilled. The progress I'd made would plateau, and I'd begin to lose the momentum that had brought me this far in the first place. Then, I learned the value of pushing myself precisely when things started to feel easy. I realized that ease is an opportunity, not a destination. When I'm not facing immediate challenges, I have the mental space to set higher goals, build new skills, or take on projects I'd previously avoided. Now, when things start to feel comfortable, I see it as a cue to up the ante. I push myself to go a little harder, to raise the bar on my own expectations. Embracing this mindset has kept me growing and improving. I no longer view comfort as a stopping point, but as a foundation from which I can reach new heights. When I challenge myself in times of ease, I stay engaged, motivated, and excited about my journey. This approach has helped me make consistent progress, and it's taught me that growth happens when I push my limits, even and especially when things feel easy. 39. Find mentors, not idols. I used to admire people from afar, seeing them as larger-than-life figures whose achievements I could only hope to emulate. I idolized them, thinking that if I could somehow be like them, I'd find success. But over time, I realized that idolizing people created a sense of distance, almost like putting them on a pedestal. I couldn't relate to them, and I often felt discouraged by the gap between where I was and where they were. Then, I learned the difference between idols and mentors. Unlike idols, mentors are people who are willing to share their journey with me, to offer guidance and encouragement. Instead of just admiring them from a distance, I could actually learn from their experiences and insights. Mentors made me feel that success was achievable because they had been where I was and understood the steps to move forward. Building real connections with mentors gave me access to practical advice, support, and a sense of accountability. Now, I seek mentors instead of idols. I look for people who are accessible, who are willing to share their wisdom, and who genuinely want to see me grow. Having mentors has made my journey feel more tangible and less intimidating. I no longer feel the need to idolize. Instead, I feel empowered by the knowledge and encouragement my mentors provide. Finding mentors has taught me that success is a shared path, and with the right guidance I can reach goals I once thought were out of reach. 40. Look for problems to solve. I used to avoid problems, seeing them as inconveniences or obstacles that stood in my way. If something seemed complicated, I'd often sidestep it, thinking that avoiding it would make my life easier. But eventually, I realized that every problem I encountered had a hidden opportunity within it, a chance to learn, grow, and create something valuable. I began to see that solving problems wasn't a burden. It was a pathway to meaningful progress. Once I adopted this mindset, I actively started looking for problems to solve, both in my personal life and in my work. I began to ask, how can I make this better? Or, what solutions could create a positive impact? This approach not only made me more proactive, but also helped me discover talents and strengths I didn't know I had. Each problem I solved boosted my confidence and expanded my capabilities. Now, I view problems as opportunities for growth and contribution. I'm no longer afraid of challenges or setbacks. I welcome them as chances to make a difference and build my skills. This mindset has made my life more fulfilling and has shown me that the more problems I solve, the more capable I become. Looking for problems to solve has taught me that life's challenges are not obstacles, but invitations to create, learn, and lead. 41. Confidence comes from integrity. For a long time, I thought confidence was something I could gain from external achievements, winning an award, getting recognition, or receiving praise. But while these moments felt good, the confidence they brought was often fleeting. I realized that true confidence didn't come from how others viewed me. It came from how I viewed myself, and that self-respect was built on one thing: integrity. Integrity means keeping the promises I make to myself, even when no one is watching. It's about doing what I say I'll do, following through on my goals, and acting in line with my values. When I uphold my own standards, I feel a quiet sense of pride that no one can take away. There's something incredibly grounding about knowing that I can trust myself, that I'm someone who does what they say they will. This inner trust is the foundation of true confidence. Now, I focus less on external validation and more on aligning my actions with my values. I know that as long as I'm acting with integrity, I can be proud of myself, no matter the outcome. This shift has given me a lasting confidence that doesn't depend on others' opinions or approval. By living in alignment with my values, I've built a confidence rooted in self-respect, and it's one of the most empowering transformations I've ever experienced. 42. Embrace imperfect beginnings. For the longest time, I hesitated to start anything unless I felt completely prepared. I'd wait until everything was perfectly lined up. The timing, the resources, the knowledge. But the perfect moment rarely came, and I'd end up delaying my dreams and goals indefinitely. I finally realized that waiting for perfection was just a form of procrastination, and if I wanted to make progress, I had to be willing to start messy and imperfectly. Starting before I felt ready was uncomfortable, but it was also liberating. I learned that I didn't need to have everything figured out to make meaningful progress. Each small step taught me something new, and I adjusted along the way. By embracing imperfection, I gave myself permission to grow and learn in real time, without the pressure of getting it all right immediately. Now I approach new ventures with a spirit of curiosity and openness. I know I can refine and improve as I go, but the important thing is to start. Embracing imperfect beginnings has taught me that progress, not perfection, is what truly moves me forward. This mindset shift has opened doors I'd previously kept shut, and I'm grateful for the freedom to pursue my dreams without waiting for everything to be just right. 43. People often test you. Right before breakthroughs. There have been times when, just as I was on the verge of a breakthrough, I'd face unexpected challenges. People would question my choices, criticize my progress, or test my resolve in ways that made me doubt myself. It felt like the universe was throwing obstacles in my path right when I was closest to reaching my goal. But over time, I came to realize that these tests weren't setbacks. They were signals that I was about to level up. Now, whenever I'm met with resistance or doubt, I take it as a sign that I'm on the right path. I remind myself that breakthroughs often come after moments of intense challenge, and these tests are there to help me grow stronger and more resilient. Instead of backing down, I lean into the discomfort, knowing that on the other side is the progress I've been working toward. This perspective has changed how I handle adversity. When I feel tested, I don't see it as a reason to quit. I see it as proof that I'm pushing beyond my comfort zone. Embracing these tests has allowed me to break through barriers I once thought were impossible. I've learned that the greatest rewards often come after the hardest challenges, and I'm willing to stay the course, knowing that my perseverance will pay off. 44. Set boundaries for self-respect. Setting boundaries used to feel difficult, even selfish. I worried about disappointing people or coming across as rude. But as I continued to put others' needs before my own, I realized that I was losing respect for myself. I was constantly drained, overcommitted, and feeling resentful. I finally understood that setting boundaries wasn't about pushing people away. It was about valuing my own time, energy, and well-being. When I started setting boundaries, it felt uncomfortable at first, but I quickly saw the benefits. I had more time and energy to focus on the things that mattered to me, and I felt a renewed sense of self-respect. I realized that when I respected my own limits, others respected them too. Setting boundaries became a way of honoring myself, showing that my needs and priorities were important. Now, I view boundaries as a vital part of self-care. They're not barriers. They're guidelines that help me protect my peace and maintain healthy relationships. I've learned that self-respect begins with respecting my own limits and communicating them clearly. By setting boundaries, I'm able to show up more fully in my life, knowing that I'm honoring my own worth. 45. Gratitude and ambition can coexist. For a while, I thought that being grateful for what I had meant, I shouldn't want more. I'd feel guilty for having big dreams and ambitions, thinking it was somehow a sign of dissatisfaction. But I eventually learned that gratitude and ambition aren't opposites, they're partners. I can appreciate everything I have while still striving for more. Practicing gratitude has taught me to find joy in the present, to value my journey, and to celebrate my achievements. But my ambitions keep me excited for the future and motivated to grow. I've learned that being grateful for where I am doesn't mean I have to stop aiming higher. Gratitude gives me a strong foundation, and ambition pushes me forward. Together, they create a balanced mindset where I'm both content and driven. Now, I embrace both gratitude and ambition as essential parts of my life. I wake up grateful for the opportunities I've been given, and I go to bed with dreams of what I can create next. This combination has allowed me to enjoy the present without losing sight of my future goals. I've found that gratitude and ambition can coexist harmoniously, each fueling the other in a way that keeps me grounded, fulfilled, and inspired. 46. Treat others how you want to be treated. This simple principle has been a guiding light in my relationships. Whenever I'm in a challenging situation, I remind myself to treat others the way I'd want to be treated. It's easy to react out of frustration or impatience, but I know that kindness, respect, and empathy are values I hold dear, and I try to live by them every day. This approach has helped me build stronger connections and handle conflicts with grace. When I put myself in others' shoes, I find that I'm more understanding and compassionate. I've learned that a small gesture of kindness can make a big difference, and treating others with respect often brings out the best in them too. By living this principle, I not only uplift others but also create an environment where positivity and mutual respect thrive. Now, treating others as I'd want to be treated isn't just a rule, it's a way of life. It reminds me to approach every interaction with empathy and integrity. This mindset has enriched my relationships and brought a sense of harmony and fulfillment to my life. I believe that by embodying the values I admire, I can make a positive impact on the people around me and build a life centered on love and respect. 47. If you keep running into bad people, look inward. There was a time when I felt like I kept attracting negativity in my life. Difficult co-workers, friends who weren't supportive, or situations that felt toxic. I'd wonder why I was surrounded by such energy, assuming it was just bad luck. But after some reflection, I realized that there might be a deeper reason behind these recurring encounters. Perhaps it wasn't just about the people around me. Maybe there was something within me that needed attention. Looking inward was challenging, but it opened my eyes. I began examining my own beliefs, behaviors, and boundaries. I noticed patterns where I allowed certain treatment or ignored red flags. I realized that my own mindset and actions were playing a role in the kind of people and situations I was attracting. When I started making shifts, valuing myself more, setting healthier boundaries, and being mindful of my energy, the quality of my relationships and encounters improved. Now, whenever I feel like I'm surrounded by negativity, I take a step back and reflect on my own role. I ask myself if there's anything I need to adjust in my mindset or behavior. This self-awareness has transformed my relationships and has taught me that the energy I put out often mirrors what comes back to me. By looking inward and making positive changes, I've created a more supportive and uplifting environment around me. 48. Waiting for a sign is a sign. I used to wait for the perfect moment to make a decision or take a big step. I'd tell myself that I needed a clear sign from the universe before moving forward. But what I didn't realize was that waiting for a sign was, in itself, a sign. It was a sign that I was already curious, already considering the change, and perhaps just holding back out of fear or doubt. One day, I decided to interpret my desire for a sign as a signal to act. I stopped waiting for external validation and began trusting my own instincts. If I was looking for a sign to pursue a dream or make a life change, I took it as a sign that I was ready to explore it. This shift in perspective freed me from overthinking and gave me the courage to start. I realized that I didn't need the universe to spell things out for me. I could trust myself to make decisions. Now, whenever I feel that desire for a sign, I treat it as my inner voice giving me a gentle nudge. I trust that if I'm already thinking about a change, it's worth exploring. This approach has helped me take ownership of my choices and has given me the freedom to move forward with confidence. I've learned that the sign I'm looking for is often already within me, waiting for me to listen and take action. 49. Admit when you're in the wrong place. For a long time I stayed in situations, jobs, friendships, even routines that didn't feel right. I'd convince myself that things would improve or that I just needed to push through. But deep down, I knew when something wasn't a good fit. It was uncomfortable to admit that I might be in the wrong place because it felt like failure. I worried about the judgment or the unknown of what might come next. Eventually, I realized that staying in the wrong place was costing me more than the discomfort of change ever could. It was holding me back from growth, joy, and fulfillment. Admitting that something isn't right doesn't mean I've failed. It simply means I'm making space for what truly aligns with me. Now, I listen to my instincts more closely. When I feel uneasy or out of sync, I take it seriously and consider if it's time to move on. Making the choice to leave the wrong place has empowered me. I no longer see it as a setback, but as an act of courage and self-respect. By being honest with myself, I've been able to find environments and relationships that genuinely support me. Admitting when I'm in the wrong place has taught me that it's okay to change direction and that letting go is often the first step toward finding where I truly belong. 50. Build a weekly routine of reflection. Life can get so busy that it's easy to go through the motions without stopping to think about where I'm headed. I used to do this, just moving from one task to the next, checking off to-dos without taking the time to reflect. But then I realized that without reflection, I wasn't learning from my experiences or adjusting my goals. I needed a way to check in with myself and make sure I was living intentionally. So, I decided to create a weekly reflection routine. Every Sunday, I take a little time to review my week, what went well, what I learned, and where I want to improve. I also set intentions for the week ahead, aligning my actions with my long-term goals. This simple habit has brought so much clarity and purpose to my life. Instead of just reacting to circumstances, I feel more in control, more focused, and more aware of my progress. Now, this weekly routine is something I look forward to. It grounds me, gives me perspective, and reminds me of my priorities. Building a routine of reflection has helped me grow, stay on track, and live a life that feels authentic and meaningful. By taking the time to look inward each week, I'm able to stay aligned with my values and continue moving toward the life I truly want. Reflection has become a powerful tool for growth, and I'm grateful for the clarity and intention it brings to my journey. These 50 insights are more than just advice. They're life lessons that can shape the way you approach everything, from relationships to personal growth. Remember, real change doesn't happen overnight, but by embracing these truths, you're already taking the first steps towards a more fulfilling life. Now, I'd love to hear from you. Which insight resonated with you the most? Or do you have a personal takeaway that's helped you along your journey? Share your thoughts in the comments. I read each one, and I'd love to connect with you there. If you found value in this video, please give it a thumbs up, and don't forget to subscribe for more insights that can guide you on your path to growth. And if you know someone who could benefit from these lessons, go ahead and share this video with them. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next one. Are you tired of waiting for motivation to strike before you take action? Imagine a life where you're always ready to act, no matter the obstacles. This is where the ancient wisdom of Stoicism comes in. I'll share with you 10 powerful Stoic-inspired strategies to help you force yourself to take purposeful action, even on the hardest days. Think about it. You know what you want. You have the goals. But every time you go to take that first step, something holds you back. It could be procrastination, self-doubt, or just the overwhelming feeling of, where do I even start? I'm going to break down actionable Stoic principles that tackle these exact struggles. Imagine overcoming procrastination, finding clarity of purpose, and actually turning challenges into opportunities for growth. These aren't just philosophies, they're practical techniques that have helped people lead more disciplined and focused lives for centuries. By the end of this video, you'll have 10 strategies you can apply daily to transform your habits, simplify your life, and finally take control of your actions. These are timeless insights designed to help you become a more intentional, resilient version of yourself. Ready to master the art of purposeful action? Let's dive into each of these Stoic principles, starting now. 1. Take small steps. Whenever I think about a big goal I want to accomplish, I admit I often feel overwhelmed. The vision of what I want can be so massive that it's hard to know where to start. I remind myself of the Stoic wisdom about taking small, steady steps toward any significant goal. Rather than focusing on the intimidating end point, I try to break things down into smaller, more manageable actions that I can work on daily. In my experience, these small steps are where the real momentum starts. Each step, no matter how small, is a little victory that gives me a sense of accomplishment and motivates me to keep going. There have been times when I've tried to do too much at once and felt burnt out or even defeated. But when I slow down and take things one step at a time, I can build up a consistent rhythm, making it much easier to stick with my goals over the long term. This approach doesn't just work for big dreams, but also for everyday tasks. If I feel overwhelmed by a project at work or something at home, I break it down and tackle each part one at a time. Doing this helps me feel more in control and makes even the toughest tasks feel achievable. With each small step, I remind myself that I'm moving forward, and that's all that really matters. In the end, Progress is about persistence, not perfection. Taking things one small step at a time keeps me grounded, focused, and motivated to keep going. 2. Embrace memento mori to boost urgency. Reflecting on the concept of memento mori, remembering that life is finite, has changed how I approach my time and priorities. The reminder that life isn't endless isn't something morbid or negative. Instead, it's a way to focus on what truly matters. Whenever I'm tempted to procrastinate or spend too much time on things that don't align with my values, I pause and think about how I'd feel if this was my last day. How would I want to spend it? This perspective helps me cut through the noise and focus on actions that genuinely matter to me. It's a gentle nudge to stop waiting for the right moment and to start acting with purpose and urgency. If I have a goal I've been putting off, memento mori pushes me to start now, rather than waiting for everything to feel perfect, which rarely happens anyway. Thinking this way also helps me appreciate the present. I know that my time is limited, so I'm motivated to make the most of each day. Instead of spending hours scrolling through social media or getting lost in trivial distractions, I'm more likely to reach out to loved ones, work on my passions, or do something that adds value to my life. Knowing that time is fleeting makes me more mindful and intentional, pushing me to take purposeful action rather than letting time slip by unnoticed. Embracing memento mori has brought more meaning to my life, encouraging me to live fully and act with clarity and commitment every day. 3. Cultivate gratitude for the opportunity to act. When daily tasks pile up or my to-do list feels endless, I sometimes catch myself feeling frustrated or overwhelmed. But instead of letting those feelings take over, I've learned to pause and find gratitude for the opportunity to act. Stoicism teaches that every task, even the small or tedious ones, is an opportunity to practice patience, resilience, and discipline. When I approach my responsibilities this way, they transform from chores to chances for growth. This mindset shift has changed how I feel about routine. Instead of dreading certain tasks, I see them as a way to build my character and strengthen my resolve. Whether it's working out, staying late to finish a project, or simply doing household chores, I remind myself that each action is part of a bigger picture. Every effort, no matter how small, contributes to my personal growth. Gratitude also makes these tasks feel lighter. When I remind myself that I have the ability and time to take action, it feels like a privilege rather than a burden. There are countless people who might long for the chance to pursue what I sometimes take for granted. So, instead of viewing my responsibilities as exhausting, I see them as gifts that allow me to grow and live fully. This perspective not only motivates me to take action, but also fills my day with a sense of purpose and appreciation, turning every task into a meaningful part of my journey. 4. Overcome procrastination. Procrastination has always been a tough habit for me to break. It's easy to choose comfort and avoid the hard work, but I've realized that procrastination isn't just about avoiding tasks. It's a barrier to my own growth. Stoicism encourages us to act in the present, knowing that time is one of our most precious resources. When I procrastinate, I'm letting go of something I'll never get back: time. What has helped me is reframing each task as a step towards the life I want. If I delay action, I'm actually choosing to delay my progress and hold myself back. I remind myself that every moment spent avoiding a task is time I could be investing in my own future. This awareness is like an internal nudge that keeps me focused on the bigger picture. Procrastination might offer short-term comfort, but in the long run, it just adds stress and regret. Breaking free from procrastination is also about accepting discomfort. Instead of seeing challenges as reasons to avoid something, I try to see them as opportunities to strengthen my resilience. Taking action isn't always easy, but I find that when I push through, I feel a sense of satisfaction and pride that's far more fulfilling than avoidance. The Stoic mindset has taught me that true freedom comes from discipline, not in avoiding hard work, but in embracing it. By focusing on the present and taking purposeful action, I'm breaking the cycle of procrastination and building a life of progress and fulfillment. 5. Discipline yourself. Self-discipline has been one of the most empowering tools in my life. When I think of discipline, I don't see it as a restrictive or limiting practice. Instead, it's my path to freedom. Stoicism teaches that when we control our actions and emotions, we gain the power to shape our lives rather than being pulled by fleeting whims or impulses. With self-discipline, I feel more aligned with my goals and values, as if I'm steering my own ship through life's currents. It's not always easy, of course. There are days when I just want to let go of all structure and indulge in comfort or distractions. But I've noticed that when I do this, I feel less fulfilled in the end. Discipline helps me stay on track with my goals, even when motivation fades. It's what keeps me committed to the things that truly matter to me, like health, learning, and personal growth. To make discipline a daily practice, I start small. I'll choose one action, like exercising, and commit to doing it consistently, even if only for a short time. Each small victory strengthens my self-control, creating a foundation for bigger challenges. When I follow through on my commitments, I feel a sense of accomplishment and self-respect that motivates me to keep going. Stoicism teaches that self-discipline isn't just a tool for productivity, it's a pathway to inner peace. By mastering myself, I gain the freedom to act with purpose and integrity in every area of my life. 6. Visualize potential outcomes. One powerful Stoic practice I've embraced is premeditatio malorum, imagining potential obstacles before they arise. This isn't about being pessimistic, rather it's a way to prepare myself mentally and emotionally for whatever challenges may come my way. When I visualize different scenarios, including setbacks, I feel more resilient and less likely to be thrown off course when things don't go as planned. For instance, if I'm working on an important project, I'll take a moment to think through possible challenges. Maybe there will be unexpected delays, or maybe I'll feel frustrated and want to give up. By acknowledging these possibilities up front, I can plan how I'll respond. I'm ready to handle obstacles with a calm, focused mind, rather than letting stress or anxiety take over. Visualizing potential outcomes also helps me appreciate the value of preparation. It encourages me to think ahead, stay organized, and build flexibility into my plans. I don't feel as reactive to situations because I've already mentally rehearsed how I'll handle them. This practice has given me a greater sense of control and confidence in my ability to adapt. Knowing that I'm prepared for whatever comes my way, I feel more motivated to take action and stay committed to my path. 7. Develop purpose through virtue. I've often asked myself, what's my purpose? For a long time, I thought purpose was something I had to find or achieve, but Stoicism has helped me see that purpose isn't necessarily a destination, it's a way of being. According to Stoic principles, our purpose is best developed through virtues like wisdom, courage, justice, and self-control. Rather than looking for an external mission, I focus on aligning my actions with these core values. This approach has brought a lot of clarity to my life. For example, if I'm faced with a tough decision, I ask myself if my choice reflects wisdom or courage. By prioritizing virtues over outcomes, I find a sense of inner fulfillment that's not tied to success or failure. Even if I don't achieve a specific goal, acting in alignment with my values leaves me with a sense of purpose and integrity. Finding purpose through virtue also makes it easier to stay motivated. Instead of being driven by short-term desires or external recognition, I'm fueled by a deeper commitment to living ethically. When I'm clear on my values, I feel more resilient in the face of challenges and setbacks. My actions are not just about achieving goals, they're about becoming the kind of person I aspire to be. This focus on virtue gives me a steady motivation to take action every day, knowing that each choice brings me closer to my ideal self. 8. Simplify your life. Living simply wasn't always easy for me. I used to think that more was better, more stuff, more commitments, more activity. But Stoicism taught me the value of simplicity, and now I see it as one of the greatest sources of peace and focus in my life. When I simplify my environment and my routines, I feel a mental clarity that makes it much easier to focus on what's truly important. One of the first things I did to simplify my life was to declutter my physical space. I got rid of items I didn't use or need, and that act alone felt like a weight lifted off my shoulders. Having fewer things to manage gives me more time and energy to focus on what matters, like my relationships, my work, and my health. Simplifying my life also means saying no to commitments that don't align with my values. This has freed me to invest more deeply in fewer, more meaningful pursuits. I've found that a simpler life is not about deprivation, it's about quality over quantity. By reducing distractions and focusing on essentials, I'm better able to make deliberate, meaningful choices. I'm no longer overwhelmed by endless options or obligations. Instead, my life feels more intentional, and my actions have more impact. Living simply has taught me that less really can be more, and I'm motivated each day to act with a clear sense of purpose and joy. 9. Transform challenges into opportunities. In the past, challenges used to feel like roadblocks. I'd get frustrated and feel defeated when things didn't go as planned. But Stoicism has taught me that challenges aren't obstacles, they're opportunities for growth. Instead of seeing setbacks as threats, I now view them as tests that strengthen my character. Each time I face a difficulty, I ask myself what I can learn from it, or how it might help me grow. One example that comes to mind is a recent work project that seemed overwhelming. There were constant changes, tight deadlines, and moments when I doubted my abilities. But instead of letting frustration consume me, I reminded myself that this was a chance to develop resilience and problem-solving skills. By focusing on what I could learn rather than on how hard it was, I ended up discovering new strengths within myself. This mindset shift has transformed how I respond to life's inevitable ups and downs. Rather than being discouraged, I'm motivated to see challenges as necessary parts of my journey. I no longer avoid difficulties or view them as failures. I welcome them as teachers. Embracing this Stoic principle has brought a new level of resilience into my life, making it easier to act with confidence and purpose no matter the situation. 10. Build good habits. I've learned that good habits are like the building blocks of a purposeful life. Stoicism emphasizes that we should cultivate habits that align with our values and help us grow. Habits like mindfulness, gratitude, and persistence aren't just actions, they're reflections of who I want to become. By practicing these habits daily, I'm steadily building a life that's in line with my values and long-term goals. Establishing good habits starts small. I try to pick one simple habit at a time, like setting aside a few minutes each morning to reflect on what I'm grateful for. This habit alone has made me more mindful and appreciative of what I have, setting a positive tone for the rest of my day. Over time, as I've layered more habits that align with my values, I feel a growing sense of peace and purpose. Stoic wisdom has taught me that excellence isn't achieved overnight. It's cultivated through consistent effort. Each small action, repeated daily, builds a foundation for the life I aspire to live. Rather than focusing on perfection, I focus on progress. This makes it easier to forgive myself when I slip up and get back on track. Building good habits has brought a sense of order and direction into my life, helping me take action with a clear and steady focus on my values. We've covered 10 powerful Stoic-inspired strategies to help you take action with purpose, no matter the challenges you face. From embracing self-discipline and transforming obstacles into growth opportunities to building habits that align with your values. These principles are tools you can use every day to live more intentionally and become a stronger, more resilient version of yourself. If you found these insights valuable, please take a moment to like the video and subscribe to the channel for more content that helps you grow and reach your potential. I'd love to hear your thoughts. Share your biggest takeaway or a Stoic principle you're planning to apply in the comments below. And don't forget to share this video with anyone who might benefit from these timeless lessons. Let's keep building a life of purpose, action, and wisdom together. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next one. Most people avoid directly telling you they dislike you, instead hiding behind polite gestures and surface-level friendliness. They might appear supportive, but subtle actions often reveal the truth. Recognizing these signs early allows you to protect your energy and prioritize relationships that genuinely bring value to your life. Here are 10 signs that someone may be harboring hidden resentment toward you, with personal examples for relatability. First sign: they disappear when you need support. You know the saying, "A friend in need is a friend indeed." Well, some people seem to disappear the moment you actually need them. I remember a time when I was going through a really tough breakup. I reached out to a friend I thought would be there, but every call went to voicemail. Every text got a short "busy right now" response. Meanwhile, I'd see them active on social media, posting about weekend adventures. It hit hard because I had been there for this friend through their dark times, and seeing that they couldn't do the same made me realize something. Real friends don't vanish when the going gets tough. If someone only sticks around for the good times, it's a sign they might not genuinely care about you. You deserve people who show up when it matters most, even if it's just a call to check in. Second sign: subtle exclusion from plans. Have you ever scrolled through your social media feed only to find out your friends had a blast without you? I remember checking Instagram one Saturday night and seeing pictures of my friend group at this amazing concert I would have loved to go to, only no one had told me about it. When I brought it up casually later, they all acted surprised, saying, "Oh, we thought you were busy," or "It was so last minute." It stung because, deep down, I knew that if they'd really wanted me there, they would have asked. Real friends make sure you know about plans. When people repeatedly leave you out, It's often a subtle, passive way of saying they don't value your presence, and that's a hard pill to swallow, but accepting it can help you redirect your energy to people who genuinely want you around. Third sign. Their jokes are always at your expense. Light-hearted teasing is one thing, but when someone's jokes consistently poke fun at your insecurities or flaws, it's a red flag. I used to laugh along with a friend who'd constantly make jokes about my quirky work habits or the way I'd dress, thinking it was harmless. But over time, those jokes started chipping away at my confidence. I'd second-guess what I wore or feel self-conscious about speaking up at work. If someone's jokes leave you feeling small or hurt, it's often a way of masking deeper resentment or disrespect. A real friend doesn't need to mock your quirks to have a laugh. They support you as you are. Learning to say, "That's not funny to me," and setting boundaries with so-called jokes can make a huge difference in how you see yourself and how others treat you. Fourth sign. They avoid physical contact. Have you ever gone to give someone a high five, a hug, or even just a casual touch on the shoulder, only for them to pull away like you're contagious? I had a colleague who was warm and friendly with everyone else, but every time I'd offer a simple handshake or friendly pat, they'd awkwardly sidestep it. At first I thought maybe they just weren't a touchy person, but seeing them be tactile with everyone else was a bit of an eye-opener. Physical contact is a basic human connection, so when someone goes out of their way to avoid it with you, they're communicating a level of discomfort or distance. It might be hard to admit, but paying attention to these subtle cues can save you from investing in relationships where the other person isn't fully on board. Chitifao. Fifth sign. They give backhanded compliments. Have you ever received a compliment that didn't feel good at all? Once, after pouring my heart into a work project, a colleague looked at me and said, "Wow, that turned out surprisingly well for you." It was one of those compliments that left me feeling confused and a little bruised. It took me a while to realize that they weren't genuinely happy for me. They were subtly putting me down. These backhanded compliments are often hidden attempts to keep you questioning your abilities. If a friend's compliments leave you feeling small, it's time to call it out, or, at the very least, recognize that their words have more to do with their insecurities than your worth. Sixth sign. They avoid making eye contact. Eye contact is one of the most basic yet powerful ways we connect with each other. I had a friend who, after a small disagreement, started looking everywhere but at me during conversations. They'd glance at their phone, look at the wall, anywhere but my eyes. It made everything feel awkward and distant. When someone consistently avoids eye contact, it's often because they're uncomfortable or hiding something. I learned that rather than ignoring these signs, it's best to address them. If you're sensing that someone feels uneasy around you, bring it up gently. It might clear the air or help you realize they're not worth the emotional energy. Seventh sign. They're busy, only when it comes to you. Have you ever had a friend who's always busy when you try to make plans, but somehow has time for everyone else? I tried reconnecting with an old friend, only to be met with excuse after excuse. Meanwhile, I'd see them hanging out with mutual friends. It's hard to admit, but the truth is, if someone really wants to spend time with you, they'll find a way. I learned that it wasn't about their schedule, it was about their priorities. Real friends don't keep you on the back burner. They make time for you because they want you in their life. So, if someone is constantly busy just with you, it may be time to stop chasing after them. Eighth sign, they gossip about you behind your back. Gossip can be incredibly painful, especially when it comes from someone you trusted. I once confided in a friend about a personal issue, only to hear a distorted version of my story come back to me from mutual friends. When I confronted them, they acted like it was no big deal. But gossip is never harmless. It's a betrayal that erodes trust. True friends respect your privacy and protect your reputation. I learned that if someone is eager to share your personal matters with others, they're showing you they're not worthy of your trust. Surround yourself with people who honor the trust you place in them. Ninth sign, they regularly undermine your opinions. When someone constantly shoots down your ideas or always corrects your opinions, they're subtly showing they don't value your perspective. I remember sharing my opinion in a group setting, only for one person to jump in with, "Well, actually," every time. It wasn't that they disagreed, it was that they seemed determined to undermine me. It felt like they enjoyed making me second-guess myself. Real friends don't need to assert dominance over you. They respect your opinions even when they differ. When you notice this pattern, remind yourself that your voice matters and don't let someone else diminish it. 10th sign. They're polite but distant. Have you ever met someone who's always polite but never genuinely warm? I once worked with someone who was nice on the surface, but the conversations never went deeper than, "Hey, how's it going?" They'd never ask about my interests, my life, or anything personal, and after a while, it felt like I was talking to a wall. Sometimes politeness can be a mask, a way for someone to keep you at a comfortable distance without building any real connection. When someone feels polite but distant, they're showing they're not interested in forming a meaningful bond. It's okay to let go and focus on people who genuinely want to know you beyond the surface. Recognizing these signs isn't always easy, especially when you want to see the best in people, but taking a step back and observing how others treat you allows you to invest your energy in relationships that are authentic and fulfilling. Stoicism teaches us that self-respect and emotional peace are worth more than maintaining connections with those who don't value us. By paying attention to these signs, you can create space for people who genuinely support, celebrate, and uplift you, enriching your life in ways that truly matter.
Have you ever felt trapped in the shadows of your own mind, struggling to find a way out of the darkness of depression? What if you could draw strength and wisdom from one of history's greatest philosophers to overcome this battle? Welcome to Wiser, your source of timeless insights for modern challenges. Today, we're diving deep into the teachings of Marcus Aurelius, the Stoic emperor, to uncover how his profound wisdom can help you navigate and overcome depression. In this video, we'll explore the practical and powerful strategies Marcus Aurelius used to maintain his mental resilience amidst the pressures of ruling an empire. We'll show you how to apply these timeless principles to your own life, helping you find clarity, inner peace, and the strength to rise above your struggles. Join us on this transformative journey, and let's discover how the ancient wisdom of Marcus Aurelius can illuminate your path to overcoming depression. Are you ready to harness the power of Stoic philosophy to regain control of your mental well-being? Let's dive in. 1. Seeking help. Asking for help. When needed. Recognizing the need for assistance and actively seeking it out is not a sign of weakness, but rather a demonstration of wisdom and strength. Even the Stoic philosopher Marcus Aurelius, despite his immense wisdom and power, believed in the importance of seeking help. In his meditations, he often reflected on the guidance he received from others and how it shaped his thoughts and actions. Consider a modern example. Jane, a successful professional, found herself overwhelmed by the demands of her job and personal life. Despite her achievements, she felt isolated and stressed. Recognizing her limits, she decided to consult a mentor and a therapist. These professionals provided her with strategies to manage her workload and emotional well-being. Jane's willingness to seek help transformed her approach to challenges, enabling her to maintain her performance while achieving a healthier work-life balance. By asking for help, we tap into a wealth of knowledge and experience beyond our own. It allows us to gain new perspectives and solutions that we might not have considered. This approach fosters resilience and growth as we learn from the insights and support of those around us. Embracing the act of seeking help can thus lead to profound personal development and improved mental health. 2. Self-improvement and growth, continuous learning and adaptation. Continuous self-improvement and growth are essential for transforming adversity into opportunities for development. This principle aligns with the teachings of Stoic philosophers who emphasize the importance of learning from every experience. For instance, Seneca advised his readers to welcome challenges as opportunities to practice virtue. Take John, an entrepreneur who faced numerous setbacks in his career. Instead of viewing these obstacles as failures, John saw them as lessons. When his first startup failed, he analyzed what went wrong and enrolled in business management courses to enhance his skills. This dedication to learning and growth helped him launch a successful second venture. By viewing adversity as a catalyst for self-improvement, John turned potential setbacks into stepping stones for success. Self-improvement isn't limited to professional skills. Personal growth, such as developing better communication or emotional intelligence, can also enrich one's life. For example, learning to manage stress through mindfulness or improving relationships through empathetic communication can lead to a more fulfilling and balanced life. Embracing continuous learning ensures that we are always evolving, better equipped to face life's challenges with confidence and resilience. 3. Service and compassion. Shifting focus from self to others. Helping others not only benefits those in need, but also significantly alleviates our own struggles. Shifting our focus from self-centered concerns to acts of service and compassion can provide a sense of purpose and connection. Marcus Aurelius often reflected on the importance of contributing to the common good as a fundamental duty. Consider Emma, who struggled with feelings of loneliness and depression. She decided to volunteer at a local shelter, offering her time and skills to help others. Through this act of service, Emma found a renewed sense of purpose. The gratitude and connections she formed with the people she helped brought her joy and significantly improved her mental health. By focusing on the needs of others, Emma alleviated her own emotional burdens and found fulfillment. Service can take many forms, from volunteering to simply being there for a friend in need. Acts of kindness, no matter how small, can create ripples of positivity that enhance both our lives and the lives of those we touch. By cultivating a mindset of compassion and service, we can overcome personal challenges and contribute to a more connected and supportive community. 4. Acceptance and perspective. Embracing life's imperfections. Recognizing and accepting life's challenges and imperfections is crucial for preventing disappointment and fostering resilience. Stoic philosophy teaches us to focus on what we can control and accept what we cannot. Epictetus, a prominent Stoic philosopher, emphasized that our perceptions shape our experiences. Imagine Sarah, who faced an unexpected job loss. Instead of succumbing to despair, she chose to view the situation as an opportunity to pursue a new career path she was passionate about. By accepting the reality of her circumstances and shifting her perspective, Sarah was able to navigate this difficult period with resilience and optimism. This acceptance allowed her to transform a seemingly negative experience into a positive turning point in her life. Acceptance doesn't mean passive resignation. It's about acknowledging reality and taking proactive steps within our control. For instance, if we encounter a traffic jam, instead of getting frustrated, we can use the time to listen to an informative podcast or practice deep breathing. This shift in perspective can turn a potentially stressful situation into a productive or relaxing one. 5. Duty and purpose. Finding fulfillment in contributions. Fulfilling one's duties and contributing to the common good helps shift focus from personal woes to a larger purpose. This Stoic principle underscores the importance of aligning our actions with our values and responsibilities. Marcus Aurelius often wrote about the fulfillment derived from performing one's role in society with integrity and dedication. Consider David, a teacher who found meaning in his work by focusing on the impact he had on his students' lives. Despite facing numerous challenges, such as long hours and limited resources, David's sense of duty and purpose motivated him to persevere. By dedicating himself to his students' growth and success, he found profound satisfaction and resilience in his role. When we align our actions with a sense of duty and purpose, we cultivate a deeper connection to our work and community. This perspective helps us navigate personal struggles by reminding us that our contributions matter. Whether through professional responsibilities, family roles, or community involvement, finding purpose in our duties can provide a powerful source of motivation and fulfillment. 6. Practical exercises, tools for maintaining perspective. Journaling and reflecting on one's thoughts are effective tools for maintaining perspective and coping with difficulties. Stoic philosophers like Marcus Aurelius often used writing as a means to clarify their thoughts and reinforce their principles. Emily, for example, began a daily journaling practice to manage her anxiety. Each night, she would reflect on her day, noting her achievements, challenges, and what she learned. This practice helped her identify patterns in her thinking and behavior, allowing her to address negative thoughts more constructively. Over time, journaling became a therapeutic tool that provided Emily with clarity and a sense of control over her emotions. In addition to journaling, other practical exercises like mindfulness meditation, gratitude lists, and setting daily intentions can enhance mental resilience. These practices help ground us in the present moment and reinforce positive thinking patterns. By regularly engaging in these exercises, we can develop a more balanced and resilient mindset, better equipped to handle life's challenges. 7. Inner strength. Finding happiness within. Happiness is found within, and external circumstances shouldn't dictate one's inner state. This Stoic belief emphasizes that true contentment comes from within, rather than from external achievements or possessions. Take Anna, who initially sought happiness through material success. Despite achieving her career goals and acquiring wealth, she felt unfulfilled. Realizing this, Anna began exploring mindfulness and self-reflection. She discovered that true happiness stemmed from inner peace and self-acceptance. By focusing on her inner state rather than external validation, Anna cultivated a lasting sense of contentment. Developing inner strength involves recognizing that we have control over our attitudes and reactions. By practicing self-awareness and self-compassion, we can find happiness regardless of our external circumstances. This inner resilience allows us to navigate life's ups and downs with a stable and positive outlook. 8. Emotional regulation, maintaining a stable mental state. Regulating emotions through rational thinking and self-control is key to maintaining a stable and positive mental state. Stoic philosophy teaches that our thoughts, not external events, shape our emotions. By managing our thoughts, we can maintain emotional equilibrium. For instance, Alex faced a stressful situation at work when a major project went wrong. Instead of reacting impulsively, he took a step back to analyze the situation rationally. He identified the aspects he could control and developed a plan to address them. By focusing on rational solutions rather than succumbing to panic, Alex managed to resolve the issue effectively and maintain his composure. Practicing emotional regulation involves techniques such as cognitive reframing, deep breathing, and mindfulness. These methods help us pause and assess our reactions, allowing us to respond calmly and constructively. By developing these skills, we can enhance our emotional resilience and handle stress more effectively. 9. Gratitude and contentment, embracing simple pleasures. Cultivating gratitude for what one has and finding contentment in simple pleasures combats feelings of inadequacy and dissatisfaction. Stoic philosophers like Epictetus emphasize the importance of appreciating what we have rather than constantly seeking more. Maria, for example, found herself constantly comparing her life to others on social media, which led to feelings of inadequacy. To counter this, she started a gratitude journal, listing 3 things she was thankful for each day. This practice shifted her focus from what she lacked to what she already had. Over time, Maria developed a deeper appreciation for the simple pleasures in her life, such as spending time with loved ones and enjoying nature. Gratitude practices can significantly improve our mental well-being by fostering a sense of contentment and reducing negative comparisons. By regularly reflecting on the positive aspects of our lives, we can cultivate a more positive and fulfilling outlook. 10. Resilience and endurance, overcoming life's challenges. Building mental and emotional resilience helps endure and overcome life's challenges with strength and dignity. Stoic philosophy teaches that resilience is developed through facing adversity and learning from it. Consider Jack, who experienced a significant personal loss. Instead of allowing grief to overwhelm him, he sought ways to honor his loved one's memory and find meaning in his experience. He joined a support group, which provided him with a community and coping strategies. Through this process, Jack developed a profound resilience that enabled him to navigate his grief with strength and grace. Developing resilience involves embracing challenges as opportunities for growth. Practices such as setting realistic goals, maintaining a support network, and practicing self-care can enhance our ability to cope with difficulties. By building resilience, we can face life's inevitable challenges with a sense of strength and purpose. 11. Mindfulness and presence, reducing anxiety and depression. Being present in the moment and focusing on the task at hand reduces anxiety and depression. Mindfulness, a practice rooted in Stoic principles, encourages us to fully engage with our current experience rather than dwelling on past regrets or future worries. Lisa, for instance, struggled with anxiety that often left her feeling overwhelmed. She decided to incorporate mindfulness into her daily routine, starting with simple breathing exercises and mindful walking. By paying attention to her breath and the sensations around her, Lisa found that her anxiety levels decreased. She became more focused and present in her activities, which significantly improved her overall well-being. Mindfulness practices such as meditation, mindful eating, and body scan exercises can help us stay grounded and reduce mental clutter. By cultivating mindfulness, we can develop a greater sense of calm and clarity, enhancing our ability to cope with stress and enjoy the present moment. Thank you for joining us on this exploration of how to overcome depression through the timeless wisdom of Marcus Aurelius. By applying the principles of Stoic philosophy, you can find strength and clarity even in the darkest moments. Remember, overcoming depression is a journey, not a destination. Embrace the practices we've discussed, reflecting on your thoughts, focusing on what you can control, and finding purpose in each day. These strategies can help you build resilience and cultivate inner peace, just as they did for Marcus Aurelius. If you found this video helpful, please like, share, and subscribe to Wiser for more insights on living a fulfilled and resilient life. And if you have any thoughts or experiences to share, leave a comment below. We'd love to hear from you. Stay strong, stay wise, and remember, the power to overcome your challenges lies within you. Until next time, take care and keep growing.
Wisdom is like a baobab tree. No one individual can embrace it. True wisdom is vast and cannot be fully understood or possessed by one person alone. It requires collective understanding and sharing. It takes a whole village to raise a child. Raising a child is a communal effort that involves the support and guidance of the entire community, not just the parents. If you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. Working alone may yield quick results, but teamwork and collaboration lead to sustainable, long-term success. The child who is not embraced by the village will burn it down to feel its warmth. Neglected individuals may resort to drastic measures to gain attention or a sense of belonging. However long the night, the dawn will break. No matter how difficult or dark a situation is, it will eventually pass and give way to better times. The fool speaks, the wise man listens. Wisdom often involves listening and understanding before speaking, whereas foolishness is marked by hasty, uninformed speech. A bird will always use another bird's feathers to feather its own nest. People often use resources or knowledge from others to improve their own situation. When there is no enemy within, the enemies outside cannot hurt you. Inner peace and self-confidence make external threats less harmful. You learn how to cut down trees by cutting them down. Practical experience is the best teacher. You learn by doing. Rain does not fall on one roof alone. Hardships and blessings are shared experiences that affect many people, not just one individual. A man who uses force is afraid of reasoning. Those who resort to violence often do so because they lack the ability or willingness to engage in rational discourse. Do not look where you fell, but where you slipped. Focus on understanding the cause of your mistakes rather than the consequences. To try and fail is not laziness. Making an effort, even if it results in failure, is commendable and not the same as being lazy. A child's fingers are not scalded by a piece of hot yam which its mother puts into its palm. Parents or guardians often protect their children from harm, even in challenging situations. A chattering bird builds no nest. Talking too much without action leads to unaccomplished goals. Wisdom does not come overnight. Gaining wisdom is a gradual process that takes time and experience. He who learns, teaches. Knowledge is meant to be shared, and those who learn should also teach others. A single bracelet does not jingle. One person's efforts or actions may go unnoticed. Collaboration amplifies impact. A man who uses force is afraid of reasoning. Resorting to violence often indicates a fear of logical argument or persuasion. If you think you are too small to make a difference, you haven't spent the night with a mosquito. Even the smallest actions can have a significant impact. Knowledge is like a garden. If it is not cultivated, it cannot be harvested. Knowledge requires nurturing and continuous effort to be useful and beneficial. So, a bird will always use another bird's feathers to feather its own nest. People often use resources or knowledge from others to improve their own situation. He who refuses to obey cannot command. To lead effectively, one must also know how to follow and respect authority. The axe forgets, but the tree remembers. Those who cause harm may forget their actions, but those who are harmed remember. Even the best cooking pot will not produce food. Having the best tools or resources is useless without the skills or effort to use them. And seeing is different from being told. Experiencing something firsthand is more impactful and convincing than hearing about it secondhand. One who loves you warns you. True care and concern often come with honest warnings and advice. Even the best cooking pot will not produce food. Having the best tools or resources is useless without the skills or effort to use them. There is no medicine to cure hatred. Hatred is a deep-rooted emotion that cannot be easily remedied or cured. You do not teach the paths of the forest to an old gorilla. Experienced individuals do not need to be taught what they already know well. Turn.
10 subtle ways your best friend is jealous of you and how to deal with this problem. Have you ever achieved something significant, only to sense that your best friend's reaction wasn't as genuine as you hoped? Perhaps their smile didn't quite reach their eyes, or their congratulations felt forced. Jealousy, even in the closest friendships, can manifest subtly, hiding beneath layers of admiration and connection. Jealousy is a complex emotion, a mix of admiration for your success and resentment born of their own insecurities. It doesn't always mean malice. Sometimes it's a reflection of their internal struggles. Yet, when left unchecked, jealousy can erode the foundation of trust and support that defines a healthy friendship. The purpose of this video is not to vilify jealousy, but to help you recognize the subtle signs when it arises in your closest relationships. Stoicism teaches us the importance of self-awareness and understanding. Marcus Aurelius once wrote, "You always own the option of having no opinion. There is never any need to get worked up or to trouble your soul." By observing rather than reacting, we can approach situations of jealousy with clarity and composure. It's essential to remember that someone's jealousy often says more about their insecurities than about your actions. A true friend's struggles with envy might stem from their fears of inadequacy or unfulfilled goals. By recognizing this, you can navigate these dynamics with empathy while protecting your peace. In the coming sections, we'll explore 10 subtle signs that your best friend may be jealous of you. We'll also discuss how to handle these situations gracefully, maintaining your values and fostering healthier connections. Let's dive in with an open mind and a calm heart, as the Stoics would, ready to face challenges with wisdom and understanding. 1. Downplaying your achievements. Imagine sharing exciting news with your best friend, a promotion, a personal milestone, or an accomplishment you've worked hard for, only to hear them brush it off with a dismissive comment like, "Well, it's not that big of a deal," or "It's about time you achieve something like that." These remarks, subtle as they may seem, can sting and leave you wondering why your success doesn't spark genuine enthusiasm. This behavior often stems from envy. Instead of celebrating with you, your friend minimizes your accomplishments to protect their own sense of worth. It's not necessarily malicious. It might reflect their inner struggles with inadequacy or comparison. Still, it's important to recognize how these comments can affect the dynamics of your friendship. Stoic wisdom reminds us to remain grounded in our values and not let external opinions define our happiness. As Epictetus said, "It is not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters." Your achievements are yours to celebrate, regardless of how others respond. Do not let their dismissal cloud your pride in what you've earned. When this happens, respond with grace and clarity. For example, you might say, "This milestone means a lot to me, and I'd appreciate your support." If the pattern continues, take note of how their behavior affects your emotional well-being. True friends will uplift you, not diminish your joy. Recognizing this subtle sign isn't about confrontation, but awareness. A friend who downplays your achievements may not realize the impact of their words. By maintaining your confidence and addressing the behavior calmly, you protect your peace and encourage healthier dynamics in the relationship. 2. Excessive criticism disguised as honesty. A true friend offers constructive feedback, but when criticism becomes constant and feels more like an attack than helpful advice, it may be masking jealousy. This honesty often comes unsolicited and focuses on nitpicking your choices or undermining your confidence. Imagine sharing plans about a new project, only to hear, "Are you sure that's a good idea? It sounds risky," or "I wouldn't do it that way, but it's your call." While framed as concern, their comments often leave you doubting yourself rather than feeling supported. Stoicism teaches us to distinguish between what serves our growth and what detracts from it. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "If it is not right, do not do it. If it is not true, do not say it." When criticism from a friend feels more like veiled judgment than encouragement, it's worth evaluating their intentions. Responding with calm and confidence is key. Acknowledge their input without internalizing it. "I hear what you're saying, but I feel good about this decision." If their behavior persists, consider discussing how their words affect you. "I value your perspective, but sometimes your feedback feels more critical than supportive." A genuine friend aims to build you up, not wear you down. By recognizing excessive criticism for what it is, you protect your confidence and maintain clarity about your path. 3. Competing with you. Healthy friendships thrive on mutual support, but when your friend starts treating your achievements as benchmarks for their own, it shifts the dynamic from camaraderie to competition. Instead of celebrating your successes, they respond with their own accomplishments or plans to outshine you. Imagine telling your friend you've started running 5Ks, only for them to announce their intention to run a marathon, immediately turning the conversation into a comparison. Or perhaps you share news of a promotion and they respond with, "Well, I'm planning to apply for an even better position soon." This competitive behavior often stems from insecurity. Stoicism reminds us not to measure our worth by external achievements. As Epictetus said, "Seek not the good in external things, seek it in yourselves." True contentment comes from self-mastery, not from outdoing others. Addressing this dynamic requires tact. Focus on redirecting the conversation to mutual celebration. "That's great. I'm happy we're both achieving our goals." If the competition feels relentless, you may need to set boundaries or limit discussions that trigger this behavior. Friendship is not a race. It's a journey taken together, A wise person prioritizes collaboration over rivalry, fostering a bond where both parties can thrive without comparison. 4. Lack of genuine happiness for your success. A best friend should be your biggest cheerleader, but if their congratulations feel forced or their enthusiasm seems shallow, it could be a sign of jealousy. Instead of celebrating your wins, they may subtly shift the focus back to themselves or offer lukewarm praise that leaves you feeling unsupported. For instance, you share that you've landed a dream job, and they respond with, "That's nice, but I've been thinking about applying for something similar," or "Cool. Anyway, guess what happened to me today?" Their reaction isn't about celebrating your joy, it's about diverting attention. Stoicism teaches us to value internal affirmation over external validation. As Seneca said, "The greatest obstacle to living is expectancy, which depends on tomorrow and wastes today." Your happiness should not hinge on another's approval or reaction. Celebrate your successes fully, regardless of how others respond. When you notice this behavior, try addressing it with kindness. "I'd love to share more about this. Your support means a lot to me." If their lack of enthusiasm continues, reflect on whether their behavior is a pattern or an isolated instance. True friends find joy in each other's victories. By recognizing a lack of genuine happiness, you can protect your emotional well-being and nurture connections where your successes are truly celebrated. 5. Spreading gossip or making snide remarks. A jealous friend may resort to gossip or passive-aggressive comments as a way to undermine you subtly. These behaviors can be especially hurtful as they erode trust and leave you questioning the foundation of your friendship. For example, you hear that your friend has shared personal details about your struggles with others, or made an offhand remark like, "She's successful now, but you wouldn't believe what she was like before." These actions often stem from their attempt to diminish your image in the eyes of others. Stoicism emphasizes integrity and self-respect. Marcus Aurelius advised, "Waste no more time arguing about what a good man should be. Be one." Focus on living in alignment with your values, knowing that gossip or negativity reflects their character, not yours. When faced with gossip or snide remarks, address the issue calmly and directly. "I heard you shared something personal about me. Is that true? It hurt to hear that." This approach shifts the focus from blame to accountability. If they deny or justify their actions, it may signal a deeper issue in the relationship. Friendships thrive on trust, and when that trust is broken, it's essential to evaluate the relationship's health. A wise person does not tolerate behaviors that undermine their peace or integrity. Seek connections built on respect and distance yourself from those who erode it. 6. Avoiding you during your high points. True friends are there to share in your joy, but a jealous friend might withdraw when you're thriving. Instead of celebrating your successes with you, they distance themselves, leaving you feeling unsupported during your most significant moments. Picture this. You achieve a personal milestone, like graduating, getting a promotion, or completing a major project. Instead of showing up for your celebration or offering heartfelt congratulations, your friend suddenly becomes too busy or keeps their interactions with you minimal. Their absence isn't coincidental. It's a reflection of their discomfort with your success. Stoicism teaches us to focus on our own actions and accept that others' behavior is beyond our control. Marcus Aurelius reminds us, "Do not waste the remaining part of your life in thoughts about others when you do not refer to some purpose of common utility." If a friend avoids you during your high points, it's a reflection of their inner struggles, not a judgment of your worth. To address this, try expressing how you feel without accusation. "I missed you at my event. It would have meant a lot to have you there." Their response will help you gauge whether their absence is rooted in jealousy or simply poor timing. If the pattern persists, reflect on the value they bring to your life. True friendships shine brightest during celebrations and struggles alike. Surround yourself with people who uplift you during your highs and stand by you in your lows. Anything less is a relationship that stifles your growth. 7. Overly focusing on their problems. In a healthy friendship, there's space for both individuals to share their struggles and celebrate their wins. A jealous friend, however, may monopolize conversations with their own problems, leaving little room to acknowledge your achievements. This behavior subtly shifts the dynamic, making you feel unheard or overshadowed. For example, you share exciting news about a promotion, but before you've finished your story, your friend interrupts with their latest drama. "That's great, but let me tell you what happened to me yesterday. It's been a nightmare." Their constant focus on their struggles draws attention away from your joy and places it squarely on them. Stoicism encourages balance and the practice of mutual support. As Seneca wrote, "We are waves of the same sea, leaves of the same tree, flowers of the same garden." Friendships should reflect this interconnectedness, where both parties feel valued and supported. If this pattern arises, gently steer the conversation back to balance. "I'm happy to hear about what's going on with you, but can we take a moment to celebrate my news too?" This approach reaffirms your need for reciprocity without diminishing their feelings. A true friendship values equality in emotional sharing. By recognizing when the balance shifts too far, you can protect your voice in the relationship and ensure that your achievements are honored as they deserve to be. 8. Copying you. Imitation may be the sincerest form of flattery, but when a friend starts copying your style, hobbies, or decisions in a way that feels competitive rather than admiring, it can be a subtle sign of jealousy. Their actions might reflect a desire to match your success rather than celebrate it. For instance, you start a fitness journey, and suddenly your friend embarks on the same routine, constantly comparing their progress to yours. Or perhaps you take up a new hobby and they join in, but make it a point to outperform you. What starts as shared interests can quickly feel like rivalry. Stoic wisdom reminds us to focus on our unique journey. Epictetus advised, "First say to yourself what you would be, and then do what you have to do." You are not in competition with anyone, and your path should remain distinct, guided by your own values and goals. When you notice this behavior, respond with calm curiosity. "I noticed we've been overlapping a lot in what we do lately. What's inspired you?" This can open a dialogue and help you understand their intentions. If their imitation continues to feel competitive, it might be worth discussing your feelings more openly. True friends can share interests without turning them into contests. By maintaining confidence in your own individuality and addressing competitive behaviors with grace, you can preserve your peace and ensure your friendships remain healthy and fulfilling. 9. Sabotaging your efforts. A jealous friend may subtly discourage you from pursuing your goals or create obstacles that make it harder for you to succeed. This behavior is often framed as concern or practicality, but its underlying intent is to undermine your confidence or derail your progress. Imagine sharing your dream of starting a business, and your friend responds with, "That's a tough industry. Are you sure you're ready for that kind of stress?" Or perhaps you're preparing for an important presentation, and they accidentally cause delays or distractions, leaving you feeling unprepared. These actions, while subtle, reveal their discomfort with your potential success. Stoicism teaches us to remain steadfast in the face of external challenges. Marcus Aurelius reminds us, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." A manipulative friend's attempts to sabotage you reflect their own fears and insecurities, not your capabilities. To address this, approach the situation calmly and directly. "I noticed you've been hesitant about my plans. Is there something you're worried about?" This opens a space for honest dialogue while making it clear you're aware of their behavior. If their actions persist, consider limiting their influence over your decisions. True friendships are supportive, not sabotaging. Protect your goals and aspirations by surrounding yourself with people who encourage your growth. A wise person prioritizes connections that inspire confidence, not doubt. 10. Expressing subtle resentment. Sometimes jealousy manifests in offhand remarks or jokes that carry an undertone of bitterness or envy. These comments may be framed as humor, but often leave you questioning their true intent. For example, after you share an accomplishment, they might say, "Must be nice to have everything handed to you," or "Guess not everyone has to work as hard as I do." While these statements appear light-hearted, they carry an edge that reveals underlying resentment. Stoic philosophy advises us to focus on our own actions and remain unaffected by others' negativity. Epictetus wrote, "It's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters." Recognize these remarks for what they are, a reflection of their internal struggle, not your worth or efforts. When faced with subtle resentment, respond with calm confidence. "I worked hard for this, and I'm proud of what I've achieved." If their behavior becomes a pattern, consider addressing it more openly. "Your comments sometimes feel dismissive. Can we talk about this?" Healthy friendships are built on mutual respect and support. Subtle resentment erodes trust and connection, so it's essential to protect your peace by addressing it calmly and, if necessary, stepping back from the relationship. A wise person values relationships that uplift, not those that undermine. By recognizing and addressing jealousy, you create space for healthier, more fulfilling connections. Solutions and how to handle jealousy in friendships. Jealousy in friendships, though challenging, doesn't have to lead to the end of the relationship. With awareness, understanding, and clear communication, you can address these dynamics while protecting your peace. Here are practical steps to navigate jealousy in friendships. 1. Self-awareness. Before addressing your friend's behavior, reflect on your own actions. Are you unintentionally triggering their insecurities? For instance, could your excitement about a recent success come across as boasting? Stoicism teaches us to focus on what is within our control, our actions and attitudes. Marcus Aurelius said, "Be tolerant with others and strict with yourself." By ensuring your behavior is balanced, you create a solid foundation for addressing their jealousy. 2. Open communication. Gently addressing the behavior can open the door to understanding. Approach the conversation with empathy rather than accusation. For example, "I've noticed some tension when I share my successes. Is everything okay? I value our friendship and want to understand how you feel." This encourages honesty and allows you both to work through the issue collaboratively. 3. Set boundaries. If their jealousy manifests as criticism, sabotage, or negativity, establish clear boundaries to protect your emotional well-being. Stoicism reminds us that peace comes from within, not from external approval. Say something like, "I value our time together, but I need our conversations to feel positive and supportive." Boundaries show respect for yourself and the relationship. 4. Encourage their growth. Jealousy often stems from feelings of inadequacy. Support your friend in pursuing their own goals and passions. Complement their strengths, offer encouragement, and celebrate their achievements. By focusing on their growth, you can help shift their perspective from comparison to self-improvement. 5. Know when to let go. Not all friendships can withstand the strain of jealousy, especially if it leads to toxic behaviors. Recognize when it's time to step back. As Epictetus said, "He who is free is the one who lives as he wishes, neither constrained nor restrained." Letting go doesn't mean failing. It means valuing your well-being and seeking healthier connections. Friendships are among life's most rewarding relationships, but even the strongest bonds can be tested by jealousy. Recognizing the subtle signs of envy allows you to address these challenges with wisdom, empathy, and grace. True friendships are built on mutual respect, trust, and joy for each other's successes. When jealousy arises, it's an opportunity to strengthen the connection through open communication and shared growth. However, if the relationship becomes toxic or one-sided, it's okay to step back and seek connections that uplift and inspire you. Remember, as the Stoics teach, your worth is not defined by others' opinions or reactions. Surround yourself with friends who celebrate your journey and walk alongside you with genuine support. In doing so, you create a life enriched by meaningful and balanced relationships, connections that foster mutual growth and lasting joy. Friendships are among life's most rewarding relationships, but even the strongest bonds can be tested by jealousy. Recognizing the subtle signs of envy allows you to address these challenges with wisdom, empathy, and grace. True friendships are built on mutual respect, trust, and joy for each other's successes. When jealousy arises, it's an opportunity to strengthen the connection through open communication and shared growth. However, if the relationship becomes toxic or one-sided, it's okay to step back and seek connections that uplift and inspire you. Remember, as the Stoics teach, your worth is not defined by others' opinions or reactions. Surround yourself with friends who celebrate your journey and walk alongside you with genuine support. In doing so, you create a life enriched by meaningful and balanced relationships, connections that foster mutual growth and lasting joy.
And celebrate surviving tough days. It means to appreciate your resilience in the face of adversity. For example, after a particularly challenging workday, take a moment to acknowledge your strength and treat yourself to a relaxing evening. 2. Avoid permanent decisions based on emotions. It means to refrain from making life-altering choices when you're in an emotionally charged state. For instance, instead of quitting your job impulsively after a heated argument with a colleague, give yourself time to cool down and assess the situation objectively. 3. Kindness returns in multiples. It means that the compassion and generosity you show others will come back to you in greater measure. A real-life example is when you help a struggling co-worker with a project, and later they go out of their way to support you during a difficult time. 4. Embrace change. It's the only constant. It means to accept and adapt to life's ever-evolving nature. For example, if your company undergoes a merger, instead of resisting the new management structure, approach it with an open mind and look for opportunities for growth. 5. Learn from past pain. It means to use your experiences of hurt and disappointment as lessons for personal growth. For instance, if a past relationship ended due to trust issues, apply that knowledge to build stronger, more transparent connections in the future. 6. Be true to yourself, even if hated for it. It means to stay authentic and stand by your values, even in the face of criticism or disapproval. A real-life example is choosing to pursue a career in the arts despite family pressure to follow a more traditional path. 7. Invest in lifelong learning. It means to continually seek knowledge and skills throughout your life. For example, attending workshops, reading books, or taking online courses to stay updated in your field or explore new interests. De boutique c'est ça. The Titan de Tudorsakersen Som. 8. Bad company is worse than none. It means that being alone is preferable to surrounding yourself with negative or toxic people. An example is choosing to spend a weekend by yourself rather than going out with friends who constantly engage in gossip or destructive behaviors. Nasin, time reveals true intentions. It means that people's genuine motives and character become apparent over time. For instance, a new acquaintance may seem charming at first, but as you interact with them more, you might discover that their actions don't align with their words. 10. Prioritize health and well-being. It means to make your physical, mental, and emotional health a top priority. Real-life applications include maintaining a balanced diet, exercising regularly, seeking therapy when needed, and setting boundaries to protect your peace of mind. 11. Control your thoughts. It means to actively manage your mindset and focus on positive, constructive thinking patterns. For example, when faced with a challenging situation, choose to view it as an opportunity for growth rather than a roadblock. 12. Embrace occasional failures. It means to accept that setbacks are a normal part of the learning and growth process. A real-life example is when an entrepreneur's first business venture doesn't succeed, but they use the experience to refine their strategy and try again. 13. Be patient. Everything comes in time. It means to trust in the natural unfolding of life and avoid rushing or forcing outcomes. For instance, when working towards a long-term goal like a degree or a promotion, stay consistent in your efforts and believe that your hard work will pay off in due course. 14. Appreciate those who value you. It means to cherish and nurture relationships with people who genuinely care for and support you. An example is making time to connect with a friend who always listens without judgment and offers encouragement during tough times. 15. Take action or face regret. It means to seize opportunities and pursue your goals, rather than letting fear or indecision hold you back. A real-life example is deciding to take a solo travel adventure despite initial hesitations and discovering a newfound sense of independence and self-confidence. 16. Silence is golden when angry. It means to refrain from speaking or acting impulsively when you're feeling frustrated or upset. For instance, if a co-worker makes a snide comment during a meeting, take a deep breath and choose to address the issue calmly and professionally later, rather than reacting in the moment. 17. Direction matters more than speed. It means that having a clear vision and purpose is more important than rushing through life aimlessly. A real-life application is taking the time to reflect on your values and passions before committing to a career path, rather than just choosing the quickest or most convenient option. 18. Learn from every experience. It means to approach life with a growth mindset and seek lessons in both positive and negative situations. For example, if a project at work doesn't go as planned, take note of what strategies didn't work and brainstorm ways to improve for future endeavors. 19. Release grudges as they poison you. It means to practice forgiveness and let go of resentment, as holding on to anger only harms your own well-being. An example is choosing to forgive a family member who wronged you in the past, not necessarily for their benefit, but to free yourself from the burden of bitterness. 20. Face fears. It means to confront your anxieties and step outside your comfort zone in order to grow and expand your horizons. A real-life example is signing up for a public speaking course despite a fear of presenting in front of others. and discovering a hidden talent for communication. 21. Show interest to be interesting. It means to actively engage with others and demonstrate curiosity in their lives and perspectives. For instance, when attending a networking event, focus on asking thoughtful questions and listening attentively to the people you meet, rather than just trying to promote yourself. 22. Cultivate gratitude daily. It means to make a conscious effort to appreciate the good things in your life, no matter how small. A real-life application is keeping a gratitude journal and writing down 3 things you're thankful for each day, even on challenging days. 23. Be yourself regardless of others' opinions. It means to stay true to your authentic self and not let the judgment or expectations of others dictate your life choices. For example, if you have a quirky sense of humor, embrace it and don't feel pressured to change just to fit in with a more serious crowd. 24. Trust actions, not words. It means to base your judgments and decisions on observable behavior rather than empty promises. A real-life example is when evaluating a potential business partner. Look at their track record of follow-through and reliability, not just their persuasive pitch. 25. Pursue what you really want. It means to have the courage to go after your true desires and passions, even if it means taking risks or going against societal norms. For instance, if you've always dreamed of starting your own business, take steps to make it a reality, even if it means leaving the security of a traditional 9-to-5 job. 26. Value your time. Not everyone deserves it. It means to be selective with how you spend your time and energy, and prioritize people and activities that align with your values and goals. A real-life application is learning to say no to social invitations or requests that don't serve you in order to make room for more meaningful engagements. 27. Wealth simplifies life. It means that financial security can provide a sense of freedom and ease, allowing you to focus on other important aspects of life. For example, having a solid savings cushion can give you the flexibility to take time off work to care for a loved one, or pursue a creative project without worrying about immediate income. 28. Don't feel guilty for doing what's best for you. It means to prioritize your own well-being and make choices that align with your needs and values without feeling beholden to others' expectations or demands. A real-life example is declining an invitation to a family gathering that you know will be stressful and triggering in order to protect your mental health. 29. Create your own family. It means to build a support system of chosen loved ones, whether they be friends, partners, or mentors, who provide a sense of belonging and unconditional acceptance. For instance, if you've experienced trauma or estrangement in your family of origin, cultivate close bonds with people who feel like home to you. 30. Strength comes from overcoming hurt. It means that resilience and personal growth often stem from navigating difficult experiences and emerging on the other side. A real-life example is someone who goes through a painful divorce, but uses the experience as a catalyst to rediscover their independence and build a fulfilling new chapter in their life. 31. Money isn't everything, but helps solve problems. It means that while financial success shouldn't be the sole focus of life, it can provide resources and opportunities to address challenges and improve quality of life. For instance, having a stable income can allow you to access quality healthcare, pursue education, or invest in a passion project. 32. Self-respect trumps emotions. It means to prioritize your own dignity and boundaries, even in the face of strong feelings or desires. A real-life application is choosing to end a romantic relationship that's no longer healthy or fulfilling, despite still having love for the other person. 33. Be kind, but don't let others use you. It means to approach others with compassion and generosity, but also set clear limits and avoid enabling manipulative or exploitative behavior. For example, if a friend consistently borrows money without repaying, kindly but firmly communicate your boundaries and suggest alternative resources for support. 34. Accept life's changes. It means to embrace the inevitable shifts and transitions that occur throughout the journey of life and adapt with flexibility and grace. A real-life example is when a job opportunity requires relocating to a new city. Choose to view it as an exciting adventure rather than a daunting upheaval. 35. Heal without venting to everyone. It means to be discerning about who you share your personal struggles and vulnerabilities with, and prioritize inner work and self-care in the healing process. For instance, when going through a difficult breakup, lean on a few trusted confidants for support, but also make space for solo reflection and activities that bring you peace and clarity. 36. Live life fully. It means to embrace all the joys, challenges, and possibilities that life has to offer and make the most of each moment and opportunity. A real-life application is saying yes to new experiences, like trying a foreign cuisine or learning a new skill, even if it feels intimidating at first. 37. Discipline is self-respect. It means that holding yourself accountable to your goals and values is a form of self-love and personal integrity. For example, sticking to a regular exercise routine, even when you don't feel motivated, is a way of honoring your commitment to your physical and mental well-being. 38. Stay strong even when things fall apart. It means to maintain a sense of inner resilience and hope, even in the face of setbacks or disappointments. A real-life example is when a cherished friendship ends. Allow yourself to grieve the loss, but also trust in your ability to heal and form new connections. 39. Walk your own path. It means to trust your own intuition and forge a life journey that is authentic to your unique purpose and passions. For instance, if you feel called to pursue a career in the arts, follow that path even if it doesn't align with your family's expectations or societal norms. 40. Say no without guilt. It means to set boundaries and decline requests or invitations that don't serve your well-being without feeling a sense of obligation or self-doubt. A real-life application is turning down a weekend trip with friends because you need alone time to recharge, and trusting that true friends will understand and respect your needs. 41. Avoid gossip. It means to refrain from engaging in or perpetuating negative or unverified talk about others, and instead promote a culture of respect and integrity. For example, if a co-worker tries to draw you into speculation about another colleague's personal life, gently change the subject or suggest focusing on more constructive topics. 42. Keep plans private until achieved. It means to be discerning about sharing your goals and aspirations, and wait until you've made tangible progress before announcing them to others. A real-life example is working on a novel manuscript without telling everyone in your social circle, to avoid feeling pressured or discouraged by premature opinions or expectations. 43. Cherish sweet memories. It means to hold close the precious moments and experiences that bring joy and meaning to your life, and use them as a source of comfort and inspiration. For instance, when feeling homesick or lonely, reflect on happy childhood memories or times spent with loved ones to evoke a sense of warmth and connection. 44. Learn by listening to others. It means to approach interactions with an open and curious mindset and seek to understand and learn from the perspectives and experiences of those around you. A real-life application is attending a community forum on a social issue you're unfamiliar with and focusing on absorbing the insights and stories shared rather than asserting your own views. 45. Let go of anger. It means to release feelings of resentment or bitterness and choose forgiveness and peace for your own emotional freedom and well-being. For example, if a past betrayal by a friend still stirs up anger, practice letting go of the hurt and focusing on the positive relationships and experiences in your present life. 46. Everyone has limits. It means to recognize and respect the boundaries and capacities of yourself and others, and avoid placing unrealistic expectations or demands. A real-life example is when a colleague is going through a personal crisis, offer support and understanding rather than pressure them to maintain the same level of work performance. 47. Loneliness often accompanies self-improvement. It means that the journey of personal growth and self-discovery can sometimes feel isolating, as you may outgrow certain relationships or social norms. For instance, when working on overcoming addiction or negative behavior patterns, you may need to distance yourself from enabling friendships or environments, even if it means spending more time alone. 48. Choose friends wisely. It means to be discerning about the people you allow into your close circle and prioritize relationships that uplift, support, and challenge you in healthy ways. A real-life application is evaluating a new social connection based on their values, reliability, and positive influence on your life, rather than just surface-level fun or popularity. 49. Be good without proving it. It means to act with integrity and kindness for its own sake, rather than seeking validation or recognition from others. For example, volunteering at a local shelter or donating to a cause you believe in without posting about it on social media or expecting praise in return. 50. Stay patient for the best outcomes. It means to trust in the power of perseverance and timing, and avoid rushing or forcing results before their natural unfolding. A real-life example is when applying for a competitive job or program. Continue putting forth your best effort and trust that the right opportunity will come at the right time, even if it means facing rejection or delays along the way. 51. Handle adversity to succeed. It means that facing and overcoming challenges is a necessary part of achieving meaningful success and growth. For instance, if a startup business faces initial setbacks or financial struggles, view them as opportunities to learn, adapt, and build resilience rather than signs of failure. 52. Accept criticism, not disrespect. It means to be open to constructive feedback and use it as a tool for self-improvement, but also set boundaries against personal attacks or malicious comments. A real-life application is when receiving a performance review at work, listen objectively to areas for growth while also advocating for yourself if the criticism feels unfair or biased. 53. Failure is a temporary setback. It means to view missteps or unsuccessful attempts as part of the learning process rather than a permanent reflection of your abilities or worth. For example, If you don't get accepted into your top choice college, use the experience as motivation to reassess your goals and explore alternative paths to success. 54. Focus on yourself. People come and go. It means to prioritize your own personal development and well-being rather than relying solely on external relationships for a sense of identity or purpose. A real-life example is pursuing a hobby or passion that brings you joy and fulfillment, even if it means spending less time socializing or pleasing others. 55. Be yourself despite judgment. It means to stay true to your authentic self and values, even in the face of criticism or disapproval from others. For instance, if you have a unique fashion sense or unconventional career path, embrace your individuality and trust that the right people will appreciate and support you for who you are. 56. Your dreams are your responsibility. It means that the pursuit and achievement of your aspirations ultimately depend on your own actions and commitment. A real-life application is creating a vision board or action plan for your long-term goals and holding yourself accountable to taking consistent steps towards them, rather than waiting for external validation or opportunities. 57. Control your mind or someone else will. It means to actively shape your own thoughts and beliefs, rather than allowing external influences or societal pressures to dictate your mindset. For example, if you're surrounded by negative news or social media content, make a conscious effort to seek out positive and uplifting information to maintain a balanced perspective. 58. Be loyal or stay single. It means to prioritize commitment and integrity in romantic relationships and avoid engaging in deceptive or hurtful behavior. A real-life example is choosing to have an honest conversation with your partner about your needs and boundaries, rather than seeking validation or intimacy from outside the relationship. 59. Attachment causes suffering. It means that clinging too tightly to people, possessions, or outcomes can lead to disappointment and pain when they inevitably change or disappear. For instance, if a cherished belonging gets lost or broken, practice accepting the impermanence of material things and finding contentment in the present moment. 60. Know your limits as a giver. It means to be aware of your own emotional and energetic capacity and avoid overextending yourself in the service of others. A real-life application is setting aside dedicated time for self-care and rest, even if it means saying no to additional volunteer commitments or favors for friends. 61. Overcome obstacles as long as you're alive. It means to cultivate a spirit of perseverance and determination, and trust in your ability to navigate challenges as long as you have life and hope. For example, if facing a serious health issue or financial setback, focus on taking small, manageable steps forward and finding strength in the support of loved ones and inner resilience. 62. Take finances seriously. It means to prioritize responsible money management and long-term financial planning, rather than impulsive or short-sighted spending. A real-life example is creating a budget or savings plan to work towards a major purchase or investment like a home or education, and being willing to make necessary sacrifices or lifestyle adjustments. 63. Ignore those who try to bring you down. It means to protect your self-esteem and motivation from negative or discouraging comments from others. For instance, if a family member criticizes your career choice or creative pursuits, choose to focus on the opinions of supportive mentors or your own inner conviction, rather than internalizing the negativity. 64. Learn from losses. It means to view failures or setbacks as valuable opportunities for growth and self-reflection. A real-life application is after a failed business venture or job loss, taking time to assess what strategies or skills could be improved, and using those insights to inform future efforts and decisions. 65. Beware the power of stupid people. It means to be cautious of the potential harm or confusion that can be caused by misinformed or misguided individuals, especially in positions of influence. For example, when evaluating a news source or social media post, take time to verify the credibility and expertise of the author before accepting or sharing the information. 66. Expect nothing, appreciate everything. It means to approach life with an attitude of openness and gratitude, rather than a sense of entitlement or expectation. A real-life example is when receiving a gift or act of kindness from a friend. Express genuine appreciation for the thought and effort, regardless of the material value or personal preference. Scene 67. Loneliness often accompanies self-improvement. It means to be prepared for feelings of isolation or detachment as you grow and evolve, as your change in values and priorities may not always align with those around you. For instance, when embarking on a personal development journey, like therapy or spiritual practice, be patient with yourself if you feel disconnected from past relationships or social circles. 68. Say no firmly. It means to communicate your boundaries and decisions with clarity and confidence, without leaving room for ambiguity or pressure. A real-life application is when declining an invitation to a party or event that doesn't align with your goals or values. Express your decision politely but unequivocally, without making excuses or apologies. 69. Maintain privacy for power. It means to be selective about the personal information and vulnerabilities you share with others in order to maintain a sense of autonomy and control over your narrative. For example, when starting a new job or social circle, be mindful of the details and opinions you reveal about your past experiences or relationships until you've built a foundation of trust and rapport. 70. Not everyone will like you. That's life. It means to accept that seeking universal approval or validation is an unrealistic and unhealthy goal, and to find self-acceptance and contentment within yourself. A real-life example is when facing criticism or rejection from a peer or authority figure. Remember that their opinion is just one perspective and does not define your inherent worth or potential. 71. Agree to disagree. It means to accept and respect differences in opinions or beliefs without letting them escalate into hostile or unproductive conflict. For instance, when discussing a controversial political or social issue with a friend or colleague, focus on finding common ground and understanding each other's perspectives rather than convincing them to adopt your view. 72. Other people's opinions are irrelevant. It means to prioritize your own values, goals, and self-assessment over the judgments or expectations of others. A real-life application is when making a major life decision, like a career change or move to a new city. Trust your own intuition and research over the doubts or unsolicited advice of others. 73. Avoid going broke to impress others. It means to resist the temptation to overspend or live beyond your means in order to gain social status or acceptance. For example, when attending a wedding or event, choose an outfit or gift that fits your budget and personal style, rather than feeling pressured to match the extravagance of others. 74. balance success and humility. It means to strive for achievement and recognition while also maintaining a grounded and modest perspective. A real-life example is when receiving an award or promotion at work. Express gratitude for the support and contributions of your team or colleagues, rather than solely focusing on your own merits. 75. Make peace with your past. It means to process and release emotional burdens or traumas from previous experiences in order to live more fully and freely in the present. For instance, if a past relationship or family conflict still triggers feelings of anger or shame, consider seeking therapy or counseling to work through the unresolved issues and develop healthy coping strategies. 76. Value experiences over material possessions. It means to prioritize the acquisition of meaningful memories, skills, and relationships over the accumulation of physical goods or wealth. A real-life application is choosing to invest in an educational workshop or volunteer trip rather than a luxury designer item or trendy gadget. 77. Nobody likes arrogance. It means that displaying an air of superiority or self-importance is often off-putting and detrimental to forming positive connections with others. For example, when meeting new people at a social event, focus on asking questions and showing genuine interest in their lives and perspectives, rather than dominating the conversation with boasts about your own accomplishments. 78. Stay calm for clearer thinking. It means to cultivate a state of mental and emotional equilibrium in order to make more rational and effective decisions. A real-life example is when facing a high-pressure situation at work, like a tight deadline or unexpected crisis. Take a few deep breaths and gather all relevant information before reacting or committing to a course of action. 79. Heartbreak can improve your vision. It means that the pain and disillusionment of a failed relationship can ultimately lead to greater self-awareness, resilience, and clarity about your needs and boundaries. For instance, after a difficult breakup, take time to reflect on the patterns or red flags you may have overlooked and use those insights to guide your future partnerships and self-growth. 80. Don't over-explain. People hear what they want. It means to communicate your thoughts and decisions with clarity and concision, without feeling the need to justify or defend yourself excessively. A real-life application is when setting a boundary with a pushy salesperson or acquaintance. Simply state your position or preference firmly and succinctly, without engaging in prolonged arguments or negotiations. 81. Master yourself for true power. It means that the greatest source of influence and control comes from self-awareness, discipline, and emotional regulation, rather than external force or manipulation. For example, when navigating a challenging relationship or conflict, focus on managing your own reactions and behavior in a manner that aligns with your values and goals, rather than trying to change or control the other person. It's a day deep dance teaching. 82. Surround yourself with better people. It means to cultivate relationships and environments that inspire, challenge, and uplift you to grow and succeed. A real-life example is joining a professional network or mentorship program in your field, where you can connect with experienced and accomplished individuals who can offer guidance, encouragement, and constructive feedback. 83. Honesty earns trust. It means that consistently telling the truth and following through on your word is essential for building credibility and respect in your relationships. For instance, if you make a mistake or fall short on a commitment, own up to it promptly and sincerely, and take steps to make amends and prevent future occurrences. 84. Stress teaches lasting lessons. It means that difficult or uncomfortable experiences can often provide valuable insights and skills for personal and professional development. A real-life application is when dealing with a demanding boss or challenging work project. Look for opportunities to learn new problem-solving strategies, communication techniques, or coping mechanisms that can benefit you in the long run. 85. Believe actions over words. It means to place more weight on observable behavior and follow-through than on verbal promises or claims. For example, when evaluating a potential romantic partner or business collaborator, pay attention to how their actions align with their stated values and commitments over time, rather than being swayed by initial charm or persuasion. 86. Be forgiving and understanding, but not foolish. It means to approach conflicts and mistakes with empathy and grace, while also maintaining appropriate boundaries and expectations. A real-life example is when a friend or family member repeatedly flakes on plans or borrows money without repaying. Express your care and concern for their well-being, but also set clear limits on your availability and resources. 87. Don't compare your journey to others. It means to focus on your own path and progress, rather than measuring yourself against the timelines or achievements of those around you. For instance, if you're working towards a personal goal, like learning a new language or saving for a down payment, celebrate your own milestones and efforts, even if they differ from the pace or outcomes of your peers. 88. Learn from every day. It means to approach each day with a mindset of curiosity, open-mindedness, and reflection in order to extract wisdom and growth from both positive and negative experiences. A real-life application is keeping a daily journal or gratitude practice where you can record insights, challenges, and breakthroughs and track your own evolution over time. 89. Your life is your responsibility. It means that you are ultimately accountable for the choices, actions, and consequences that shape your life journey, rather than blaming external factors or individuals. For example, if you're unhappy with your current job or living situation, take proactive steps to explore alternative options or make necessary changes, rather than waiting for circumstances to shift on their own. 90. Society's advice often lacks insight. It means to be discerning about the social norms, expectations, and recommendations that are widely accepted or promoted, as they may not always align with your unique needs, values, or context. A real-life example is when considering a major life transition, like getting married or having children. Trust your own instincts and priorities over the generalized timelines or pressures of cultural traditions or media depictions. 91. Be grateful for small things. It means to cultivate a sense of appreciation and contentment for the everyday blessings and comforts in your life, rather than always striving for more or comparing yourself to others. For instance, when feeling stressed or overwhelmed, take a moment to savor a simple pleasure, like a warm cup of tea or a beautiful sunset, and let that gratitude ground and recharge you. 92. Use solitude to reconnect with yourself. It means to carve out intentional time and space for self-reflection, introspection, and personal growth, away from the distractions and demands of social interactions. A real life application is scheduling regular solo dates or retreats where you can engage in activities that nurture your mind, body, and spirit, like reading, hiking, or practicing a creative hobby. 93. Stay patient for the best outcomes. It means to trust in the natural unfolding of your journey and avoid rushing or forcing results before their optimal timing. For example, when working towards a significant goal, like launching a business or finding a life partner, focus on consistent effort and self-improvement rather than getting discouraged by temporary setbacks or delays. 94. Start now to change your ending. It means that the choices and actions you take in the present moment have the power to shape your future circumstances and outcomes. A real-life example is when facing a health scare or wake-up call. Use that motivation to make immediate changes to your lifestyle or habits, rather than waiting for a more convenient or comfortable time to start. 95. Heal without venting to everyone. It means to be selective and discerning about the people and spaces you share your personal struggles and vulnerabilities with, in order to protect your privacy and energy. For instance, when processing a painful experience or trauma, seek out the support of a trusted therapist, mentor, or confidant, rather than broadcasting your story to casual acquaintances or public forums. 96. Keep some things to yourself. Many don't care. It means to be mindful of the emotional labor and vulnerability involved in self-disclosure, and to reserve your innermost thoughts and feelings for those who have earned your trust and investment. A real-life application is when navigating a challenging work situation or personal dilemma. Be judicious about the colleagues or friends you confide in, based on their track record of empathy, discretion, and constructive feedback. 97. Do things alone if necessary. It means to cultivate self-reliance and independence, and to be willing to pursue your goals and interests even without the validation or participation of others. For example, if you've always wanted to travel to a particular destination or attend a specific event, but can't find a compatible companion, consider embarking on the adventure solo, and trust in your ability to navigate and enjoy the experience on your own terms. 98. Trust the process and work hard. It means to have faith in the value and necessity of consistent effort and dedication, even when the path or outcomes are uncertain or challenging. A real-life example is when learning a new skill or working towards a promotion. Commit to showing up and giving your best each day, and trust that your cumulative growth and contributions will be recognized and rewarded in due time. 99. Never take anything personally. It means to maintain a healthy sense of detachment and perspective when faced with criticism, rejection, or conflict, and to recognize that others' actions and opinions are often more reflective of their own issues and projections than of your inherent worth or abilities. For instance, if a customer or client is rude or dismissive towards you, choose to respond with professionalism and empathy, rather than taking the interaction as a personal affront or failure. 100. Survive your thoughts to survive anything. It means that your mindset and inner dialogue have a profound impact on your resilience, adaptability, and overall well-being, and that cultivating mental strength and flexibility is key to navigating life's ups and downs. A real-life application is when facing a major setback or disappointment, like a job loss or relationship breakup. Practice reframing negative self-talk and catastrophic thinking into more realistic and hopeful perspectives, and focus on the resources and options you still have available to cope and move forward. Unlock the 15 secret to unshakable self-discipline. Imagine waking up with an unwavering sense of purpose, unshaken by setbacks and chaos, relentlessly focused on what truly matters. This was the reality for Marcus Aurelius, a Roman emperor and Stoic philosopher. His timeless wisdom on self-discipline is startlingly relevant today. In a world full of distractions and instant gratifications, Stoic principles offer practical tools to turn adversity into advantage and emotional turmoil into tranquility. Whether you're seeking inner peace or greater productivity, the teachings of Marcus Aurelius provide profound insights. Join us as we explore 15 powerful Stoic principles that can transform how you handle life's challenges and cultivate a disciplined, purposeful life. Stay tuned to uncover the secrets to thriving in any circumstance with the timeless wisdom of Stoicism. Number 1, control your emotions. In the bustling chaos of our modern world, maintaining control over our emotions is a cornerstone of Stoic wisdom. Marcus Aurelius, the revered Roman emperor, taught that emotions, when unchecked, can cloud our judgment and lead us astray. To achieve self-discipline, we must learn to respond to life's challenges with a calm and rational mindset. This is not about suppressing emotions, but mastering them. When we control our emotions, we take the driver's seat of our lives. We become less reactive and more proactive, making decisions grounded in reason rather than fleeting feelings. This emotional control is a shield against the storms of life, allowing us to navigate through adversities with grace and resilience. Consider the strength required to remain composed when provoked or to stay hopeful amidst despair. This inner fortitude is the essence of Stoicism. By practicing mindfulness and detachment, we train ourselves to observe our emotions without being overwhelmed by them. This practice cultivates an inner peace that is unshakable, regardless of external circumstances. By harnessing the power of emotional control, we align ourselves with the Stoic ideal of equanimity. In doing so, we pave the way for a disciplined life, rich in purpose and inner strength. Number 2, practice voluntary hardship. Voluntary hardship is a profound Stoic practice that fortifies the mind against life's unpredictabilities. Marcus Aurelius, like many Stoics, believed that experiencing discomfort by choice strengthens our resilience. By deliberately embracing minor hardships, we prepare ourselves for the inevitable challenges life will throw our way. This practice is not about self-punishment, but about perspective. When we choose to endure discomfort, such as forgoing certain luxuries or enduring physical challenges, we build mental toughness. We learn to appreciate our comforts more deeply and become less reliant on them. In a world obsessed with comfort, voluntary hardship teaches us to value resilience over convenience. It's a training ground for the mind, enabling us to remain composed in the face of adversity. By stepping out of our comfort zones regularly, we expand our capacity for endurance and foster a deeper appreciation for what we have. Embracing voluntary hardship cultivates gratitude and empathy, connecting us to the reality of those who live within voluntary hardships daily. It's a reminder of our shared human condition and a powerful way to build a disciplined, resilient character. Number 3, count on yourself. Self-reliance is a fundamental tenet of Stoicism. Marcus Aurelius emphasized the importance of personal accountability and independence, teaching us that the ultimate responsibility for our actions and growth lies within us. Counting on yourself means trusting your abilities and judgments, fostering inner strength and confidence. In today's interconnected world, it's easy to seek validation and direction from external sources. However, Stoicism encourages us to filter out this noise and listen to our inner voice. By doing so, we develop autonomy in our decision-making processes, aligning our choices with our core values rather than external pressures. This principle is about embracing our agency and recognizing our capacity to navigate life's challenges independently. It's not about isolation, but about a profound understanding that our happiness and success are primarily our own responsibility. By counting on yourself, you build resilience and self-discipline. You become more grounded and less swayed by external opinions and events. This self-reliance is liberating, empowering you to face life's uncertainties with a calm and composed mind. Number 4, develop a morning and evening routine. Establishing structured routines at the beginning and end of your day can significantly enhance self-discipline. Marcus Aurelius understood the power of routines in fostering a focused and purposeful life. A morning routine sets the tone for your day, while an evening routine helps you reflect and reset. Incorporate practices such as meditation, journaling, or setting intentions in the morning. These activities ground you, providing clarity and focus for the day ahead. An evening routine might include reflection, gratitude exercises, or planning for the next day. This time allows you to review your actions, celebrate your successes, and learn from your missteps. Routines anchor your day in purpose and intention, making it easier to stay disciplined and aligned with your goals. They provide a framework that supports consistent effort, essential for personal growth and resilience. By dedicating time to these routines, you create a rhythm that nurtures your mind and spirit. This practice helps you start and end each day with a sense of accomplishment and readiness to face whatever comes your way. Number 5, never play the victim. Stoicism teaches us to take full responsibility for our reactions to external events. Marcus Aurelius believed that our happiness and peace of mind depend more on our internal state than external circumstances. Refusing to play the victim means shifting focus from what happens to us to how we respond. This principle is empowering. It frees us from the constraints of a victim mentality where we see ourselves as passive recipients of life's hardships. Instead, we become active participants, seizing control over our perceptions and reactions. This shift in mindset is crucial for personal growth and resilience. Practicing this principle involves observing our habitual responses to challenges. Do we blame others or external factors? Do we complain rather than address the situation? By changing these patterns, we reclaim our power and redirect our energies more constructively. Never playing the victim transforms potential feelings of helplessness into moments of choice. It's about seeing every obstacle as an opportunity to practice virtue and strengthen character. This proactive approach aligns with the Stoic ideal of emotional independence, enabling us to live in alignment with our deepest principles. Number 6, ignore naysayers. In a world where opinions are plentiful, maintaining focus and resilience in the face of criticism is vital. Marcus Aurelius taught that the approval or disapproval of others is beyond our control and should not dictate our actions. Ignoring naysayers is about cultivating mental resilience and staying true to our convictions. Stoic indifference is not about dismissing others, but about maintaining an internal locus of control. It encourages us to filter out noise that does not serve our higher purposes or align with our values. This practice helps us remain steadfast in our goals, undeterred by baseless criticism. In practical terms, this means evaluating the source and intent of criticism. Is it informed and well-meaning? Does it align with your core values? Constructive feedback is valuable, but baseless negativity should not deter you from your path. Ignoring naysayers enhances emotional resilience and focus, making you less reactive to negative opinions. It's about investing your emotional energy where it truly matters, staying true to yourself and your vision. Number 7, honestly review your day. A key Stoic practice is the honest review of one's day. Marcus Aurelius used this technique to ensure he was growing both as a ruler and a philosopher. This reflective process involves examining your thoughts, actions, and responses to see if they align with your values and Stoic virtues. The purpose of this daily review is not self-criticism, but self-improvement. By observing your behaviors, you can learn and adjust, continuously refining yourself. This practice fosters self-awareness and guides you in living a more deliberate and intentional life. Incorporate this habit by setting aside time each evening to reflect. Ask yourself, how did I respond to challenges today? Did I act according to my principles? What could I have done better? These questions help you recognize your strengths and identify areas for improvement. This daily reflection brings a sense of peace and completion, addressing lingering thoughts or stresses directly rather than carrying them into the next day. It builds resilience and wisdom, transforming how you view your days and live your life. Number 8, show up every day. Persistence and consistency are hallmarks of a disciplined life. Marcus Aurelius emphasized the importance of showing up every day, both in body and spirit. This principle is about the quiet, steady dedication to daily tasks, which collectively forge a disciplined life. Showing up every day doesn't require monumental efforts, but a commitment to small, consistent actions. It's in these everyday efforts where character is built and tested. In a world full of distractions, the idea of showing up gains even more significance. This practice aligns with the Stoic idea of living in accordance with nature, actively participating in life and contributing through our actions. Each day presents an opportunity to prove our commitment to our principles and duties. To cultivate this discipline, start small. Decide what showing up means for you, whether it's writing a paragraph, doing a short workout, or spending uninterrupted time with a loved one. It's the act of showing up each day that reinforces willpower and resilience. Number 9, seek continuous learning. For Marcus Aurelius, continuous learning was essential for personal growth. Stoicism values the pursuit of wisdom not as mere theoretical knowledge, but as a practical guide to living well. By dedicating yourself to lifelong learning, you enhance your discipline and resilience. Continuous learning involves reading, reflecting, and learning from experiences. It's about seeking knowledge that enriches your understanding and helps you navigate life's complexities. This dedication to growth strengthens your character and judgment. In today's fast-paced world, maintaining a mindset of continuous learning keeps you adaptable and open-minded. It fosters a curiosity that drives personal and professional development. Embrace opportunities to learn from diverse sources and experiences. By seeking wisdom and applying it to your life, you embody the Stoic principle of self-improvement. This practice enriches your life, providing you with tools to handle challenges and make informed decisions. Number 10, embrace impermanence. Understanding the transient nature of all things is a core Stoic belief. Marcus Aurelius taught that everything is impermanent, and this awareness can help us stay grounded. Embracing impermanence encourages us to appreciate the present and avoid attachment to material possessions or outcomes. This principle fosters a sense of inner peace. When we accept that everything changes, we become less anxious about losing what we have and more grateful for the moment. This perspective shifts our focus from striving for external validation to finding contentment within. In a world obsessed with permanence, embracing impermanence can be liberating. It teaches us to live fully in the present, appreciating each experience without clinging to it. This mindset reduces fear and increases resilience, helping us navigate life's uncertainties with calmness. By accepting the fleeting nature of life, we align ourselves with the Stoic ideal of equanimity. This practice helps us live with intention, making the most of our time and energy. Number 11, dichotomy of control. The dichotomy of control is a foundational Stoic principle, emphasizing the distinction between what is within our control and what is not. Marcus Aurelius taught that we should focus our energy solely on what we can control, our actions, reactions, and judgments. This principle transforms our approach to life's challenges. By accepting that we cannot control external events, we reduce anxiety and foster a deeper sense of peace. This liberating truth allows us to engage more constructively with the world, channeling our efforts where they can make a difference. Practicing the dichotomy of control means asking yourself, is this within my control, before reacting to any situation? If it's not, let it go and move on. This practice requires mindfulness and regular reminders of what truly lies within our sphere of influence. By focusing on our actions and letting go of attachment to outcomes, we maintain our tranquility and effectiveness. This principle enhances our ability to live a disciplined and purposeful life, regardless of external circumstances. Number 12, find wise people to emulate. Emulating wise individuals is a powerful way to enhance your character and judgment. Marcus Aurelius often wrote about his admiration for others' qualities, seeing their example as a way to internalize their strengths and virtues. Choosing whom to emulate involves recognizing those who embody Stoic virtues like wisdom, courage, justice, and temperance. These role models provide a roadmap for facing challenges with grace and determination. Observing their lives helps us translate abstract philosophical concepts into everyday actions. Incorporate this principle by selecting role models whose values align with yours. Reflect on how they navigate their lives, make decisions, and handle adversity. Ask yourself, what about this person's approach or mindset can I incorporate into my own life? Emulating wise individuals bridges the gap between theory and practice, making Stoic ideals more accessible and compelling. By surrounding yourself with virtuous influences, you set a high standard for your behavior and decisions, propelling yourself toward greater wisdom and resilience. Number 13, practice silence and reflection. Allocating time for silence and introspection is crucial for maintaining a Stoic mindset. Marcus Aurelius understood the power of reflection in fostering self-discipline and clarity. This practice helps you clear your mind, reflect on your actions, and plan for the future with wisdom. In our fast-paced world, finding moments of silence can be challenging, yet it is essential for inner peace. Use this time for meditation, journaling, or simply being with your thoughts. These moments of quiet help you process experiences and gain insights into your behavior and decisions. By regularly practicing silence and reflection, you develop greater self-awareness and mindfulness. This practice anchors you in the present moment, allowing you to respond to life's challenges with a calm and rational mindset. Silence and reflection are powerful tools for personal growth and resilience. They help you stay connected to your values and purpose, providing the clarity needed to navigate life's complexities with wisdom and grace. Number 14, practice delayed gratification. Marcus Aurelius championed the principle of delayed gratification, viewing it as a pathway to greater freedom and satisfaction. In the Stoic view, mastering one's impulses by delaying gratification isn't about denying pleasure. but about achieving a higher form of fulfillment aligned with long-term goals. Delayed gratification involves postponing immediate desires for more significant, enduring rewards. This practice is particularly relevant in our modern culture of instant gratification. By exercising restraint, we cultivate a disciplined life focused on lasting well-being. Implement delayed gratification in everyday life through simple habits. Save money instead of spending impulsively, choose healthy meals over fast food, or dedicate time to learning instead of immediate leisure. Each choice reinforces the Stoic practice of prioritizing long-term benefits. The benefits of delayed gratification are extensive. Research supports its link to better outcomes in career, education, health, and relationships. By mastering this principle, we align our actions with our values, achieving a life of lasting tranquility and contentment. Number 15, finding your purpose. At the heart of Marcus Aurelius' philosophy is the belief that self-discipline begins with finding your purpose. Understanding what truly matters to you and aligning your daily actions with this deeper calling is essential for a disciplined life. Finding your purpose means discovering what drives you at your core. It's about understanding your role in the larger scheme of things and acting in harmony with your virtues. For Aurelius, purpose wasn't just a lofty ideal, but a practical compass guiding every decision. In our modern world, saturated with choices and distractions, finding your purpose can feel overwhelming. Stoicism teaches us to peel back superficial desires and fleeting emotions to reveal what is truly essential for our well-being and growth. This clarity helps us focus our energy on what truly matters. To apply this principle, reflect on what you are naturally drawn to, where you find deep satisfaction, or what challenges motivate you. These are clues to your purpose. Daily reflection helps align your actions with your purpose, cultivating the self-discipline necessary for a meaningful and impactful life. By consistently living in alignment with your purpose, you build a disciplined, fulfilling life grounded in Stoic wisdom. Thank you for joining us on this journey into the heart of Stoicism and the timeless wisdom of Marcus Aurelius. By embracing these 15 powerful principles, you can transform how you navigate life's challenges. Cultivate unwavering self-discipline and live a more purposeful and fulfilling life. If you found value in these insights and are eager for more wisdom to enrich your life, don't miss out. Like this video and subscribe to the Wiser channel. Your support helps us continue to share profound teachings and practical advice to help you thrive. Join our community and embark on a path to greater wisdom and resilience. Stay wise, stay resilient, and remember, the power to transform your life is within you. See you in the next video.
Here are 12 habits that will make you silently magnetic, the kind of person others are naturally drawn to without even knowing why. Imagine walking into a room and commanding attention, not because you're loud, flashy, or over the top, but because your energy speaks volumes. These habits aren't about tricks or manipulation. They're rooted in timeless wisdom, principles used by the Stoics to cultivate strength, integrity, and influence. But here's the twist. Most people think attraction is about what you say or how you look. It's not. It's about who you are when no one's watching. Mastering these habits will not only change how others see you, but also how you see yourself. By the end of this video, you'll understand why quiet confidence is more powerful than loud charisma, and how small, consistent actions can create a presence that's impossible to ignore. Ready to unlock the power of silent attraction? Let's dive in. 1. Master emotional control. Imagine this. You're sitting in a meeting at work and someone challenges your idea, rudely, even dismissively. Your pulse quickens, your face feels hot, and you're tempted to fire back. But instead, you pause, take a breath, and respond calmly, even thoughtfully. That's mastery over emotional control, and it's a skill that changes everything. The Stoics taught us that our emotions, while natural, should never control us. Marcus Aurelius said, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." The world is full of provocations, some intentional, others accidental, but how we respond is entirely up to us. When you master emotional control, you become a pillar of stability in a chaotic world. People are naturally drawn to those who don't flinch in the face of adversity, who can weather storms without becoming a storm themselves. It's not about suppressing your feelings, it's about acknowledging them without letting them dictate your actions. Think about someone you admire for their composure. They radiate an unshakable confidence, don't they? That's because emotional control signals strength. It shows you're grounded, self-assured, and dependable. And in a world starved for stability, those qualities make you magnetic. Mastering yourself is step 1 to mastering life. 2. Listen with intent. Picture this. You're having a conversation, and the other person isn't just waiting for their turn to talk. They're truly listening, nodding, making eye contact, asking thoughtful questions. How does that make you feel? Valued, seen, understood. Now imagine being that person for someone else. The Stoics, especially Epictetus, emphasized the importance of listening. He said, "We have 2 ears and 1 mouth so that we can listen twice as much as we speak." Listening with intent is not just a skill, it's a gift. It's how you tell others, without words, that they matter. When you truly listen, people feel an unspoken connection with you. They open up, trust grows, and relationships deepen. And here's the thing, it's rare. Most people are too consumed with their own thoughts to really hear someone else. By doing the opposite, you silently set yourself apart. Start small. In your next conversation, put down your phone. Look the person in the eye. Resist the urge to interrupt. It's not just about understanding their words, it's about hearing their heart. Over time, this habit not only strengthens your relationships, but also makes you a person others naturally gravitate toward. 3. Be consistent in your values. Imagine a friend who always keeps their word. When they promise to show up, they do. When they commit to something, they follow through. Doesn't that kind of reliability make them stand out in a world where flakiness is the norm? The Stoics believed that living consistently with your values is the essence of a good life. Seneca wrote, "It is not the man who has too little, but the man who craves more, that is poor." In other words, integrity comes from within, not from external circumstances. It's about staying true to your principles, no matter the cost. When you're consistent in your values, people trust you. They know where you stand and what you stand for. You become a person of substance, someone who doesn't sway with the wind of public opinion or convenience. And trust, once earned, is a powerful form of silent attraction. Take stock of your values. Are you living in alignment with them? If not, adjust your actions. Consistency doesn't require perfection. It requires commitment. Over time, this habit not only builds your character, but also draws others to you in ways you can't force or fake. 4. Speak less, act more. Think about the people you admire most. Are they the ones who talk endlessly about their goals and ambitions, or are they the ones who quietly achieve them? Actions, as the saying goes, speak louder than words, and this truth is timeless. The Stoics lived by this principle. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Waste no more time arguing about what a good man should be. Be one." Talking is easy, doing is hard, but it's in the doing that you earn respect and admiration. People are drawn to those who let their actions speak for themselves. Consider this. If you consistently show up for others, keep your commitments, and follow through on your promises, You won't need to tell people who you are. They'll already know. In a world of empty words, your deeds become a beacon of authenticity. Challenge yourself to say less and do more. When tempted to boast or justify, pause. Let your actions reveal your character. Over time, this silent strength not only builds your credibility, but also attracts people who value substance over style. It's not about being flashy. It's about being real, and that's magnetic. 5. Exude gratitude. Imagine you're walking down the street and a stranger holds the door open for you. Instead of rushing past, you pause, smile and say, "Thank you." That small moment of gratitude not only lifts your mood, but also leaves a positive impression on the other person. Now imagine living every day with that mindset. The Stoics emphasized gratitude as a cornerstone of a fulfilling life. Seneca wrote, "It is not happiness that makes us grateful, but gratefulness that makes us happy." Gratitude shifts your focus from what's lacking to what's abundant, and this shift has a profound effect, not just on you, but on everyone around you. When you practice gratitude, it shows in your demeanor. You radiate warmth, appreciation, and contentment. People are naturally drawn to that energy because it feels good to be around someone who recognizes the beauty in life, even in the small things. Start by acknowledging the little blessings. Write them down, say them out loud, or simply reflect on them during quiet moments. Over time, this habit rewires your mind to see opportunities instead of obstacles. And as you exude gratitude, you'll find that others are silently drawn to your uplifting presence. 6. Maintain your composure. Picture this. You're stuck in traffic and cars are honking all around you. Some drivers are yelling out their windows while others are banging their steering wheels. But there you sit, calm, unbothered, perhaps even humming along to your favorite song. That's composure in action. The Stoics believed that composure is the hallmark of true strength. Marcus Aurelius advised, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." The world will test you with challenges, delays, and irritations, but your reaction is entirely within your control. When you maintain your composure, you signal to others that you're grounded and resilient. It's not about suppressing your emotions, but rather mastering them. In a world where many people are quick to anger or panic, your calmness becomes a rare and attractive quality. Practice composure in small moments, a rude comment, a delayed appointment, or a minor setback. Each time you remain steady, you're building the muscle of self-control. Over time, this quiet strength will not only improve your life, but also draw others who admire your unshakable demeanor. 7. Develop deep self-awareness. Think back to a time when you overreacted. Maybe you snapped at someone, only to realize later that it wasn't really about them, but about something you were struggling with internally. That realization is self-awareness, and it's a skill that transforms how you interact with the world. The Stoics urged self-awareness as a lifelong practice. Epictetus said, "Know, first, who you are, and then adorn yourself accordingly." Understanding your thoughts, emotions, and triggers allows you to navigate life with clarity and purpose. Without this awareness, you're at the mercy of your impulses. When you develop deep self-awareness, you exude a quiet confidence. You understand your strengths and weaknesses, and you don't need external validation to feel secure. This authenticity is magnetic because it shows you're comfortable in your own skin. Cultivate self-awareness by reflecting daily, through journaling, meditation, or simply asking yourself, "Why did I react that way?" Over time, this habit will help you grow emotionally and mentally. And as you deepen your understanding of yourself, you'll notice that others are naturally drawn to your genuine and grounded presence. 8. Live with purpose. Imagine waking up every day with a clear sense of direction. Your actions feel meaningful, and your time is spent on what truly matters. Now contrast that with drifting aimlessly, letting distractions dictate your days. The difference? Purpose. The Stoics placed immense value on living with intention. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "People who labour all their lives but have no purpose to direct every thought and impulse are wasting their time, even when hard at work." Purpose is the anchor that keeps you steady amidst life's chaos. When you live with purpose, it shows. People notice your focus, your drive, and your ability to prioritize what's meaningful over what's trivial. This quiet determination is irresistibly attractive because it's rare in a world filled with distractions. To cultivate purpose, reflect on your values and long-term goals. Ask yourself, what do I want my life to stand for? Then align your actions with your answers. Living with purpose not only enriches your life, but also inspires others to find and follow their own path. 9. Respect everyone. Expect nothing. Picture this: you hold the door open for someone, and they walk through without even a glance of acknowledgement. Most people would feel slighted, but what if you didn't? What if your act of kindness wasn't dependent on their response? That's true respect. Epictetus advised, "Do not expect events to turn out the way you want, but welcome events in whichever way they happen." When you respect others without demanding anything in return, you demonstrate strength of character. Respect given freely, without expectation, comes from a place of abundance. This habit is magnetic because it's so uncommon. Most people operate on a give-and-take basis. By breaking that pattern, you stand out as someone who values others for who they are, not for what they can do for you. Start by practicing small acts of kindness without seeking recognition. Smile at a stranger, lend a hand, or offer a kind word. Over time, you'll notice that this quiet respect not only makes others feel valued, but also makes you someone they respect in return. 10. Focus on your growth. Imagine watching someone dedicate themselves to learning a new skill, improving their health, or overcoming a personal challenge. It's inspiring, isn't it? Growth is contagious. It motivates others and makes them want to be around you. The Stoics believed in constant self-improvement. Seneca said, "As long as you live, keep learning how to live." Growth isn't about perfection. It's about progress. When you focus on bettering yourself, you silently communicate that you value your potential. Personal growth also creates a sense of quiet confidence. You don't need to brag about your achievements because they're evident in how you carry yourself. People are naturally drawn to someone who is on a journey of self-betterment. Identify one area of your life you'd like to improve: your health, your skills, or your mindset. Commit to small, consistent steps. As you grow, you'll not only enhance your own life, but also inspire and attract others who recognize and admire your dedication. 11. Hold strong boundaries. Picture someone who always says yes to every request, even when it's inconvenient or goes against their priorities. Over time, they become overwhelmed and resentful. Now imagine someone who can say no with kindness but firmness. Which one do you respect more? The Stoics understood the value of boundaries. Marcus Aurelius advised, "Be tolerant with others and strict with yourself." Boundaries are not walls. They're guidelines that protect your time, energy, and values. When you set and enforce them, you show others that you respect yourself. Holding strong boundaries makes you magnetic because it communicates self-worth. People are drawn to those who know their limits and prioritize what truly matters. It's not about being rigid, it's about being intentional. Practice saying no when something doesn't align with your priorities. Do it respectfully, but confidently. Over time, you'll notice that others respect you more, and you'll have more energy to invest in what's truly important. 12. Radiate calm confidence. Think of someone who enters a room without rushing, without fidgeting, and without needing to be the center of attention. They're not loud, but their presence is felt. That's calm confidence, and it's one of the most attractive qualities you can cultivate. The Stoics believed that true confidence comes from within. Epictetus taught, "He who is not a slave to external circumstances is truly free." When your sense of self isn't dependent on others' opinions or external achievements, you exude an unshakable calm. This kind of confidence isn't about arrogance or bravado. It's about being secure in who you are. People are drawn to this because it creates a sense of safety and trust. To radiate calm confidence, start by grounding yourself in your values and achievements. Practice mindfulness to stay present and composed. Over time, this inner strength will become a natural part of how you carry yourself. And as you move through life with quiet assurance, you'll notice others are drawn to your presence without you needing to say a word. Mastering these 12 habits isn't just about attracting others. It's about becoming the best version of yourself. As the Stoics teach, true power lies within, and when you cultivate these habits, you radiate strength, authenticity, and calm confidence. People can't help but be drawn to that. Now, I'd love to hear from you. Which habit resonated with you the most? Do you already practice some of these, or is there one you're excited to start working on? Share your thoughts and takeaways in the comments below. I read every single one and would love to hear your perspective. If you found this video helpful, please give it a thumbs up. It really helps the channel reach more people who can benefit from this wisdom. And don't forget to subscribe for more videos that unlock ancient wisdom for modern life. Share this video with someone who might need a little inspiration today. Thank you for watching, and remember, greatness is built in silence, one habit at a time. See you in the next video. 10. Hidden signs. Your boss doesn't value you, and how to deal with this problem. Have you ever felt invisible at work? You put in hours of effort, exceed expectations, and contribute meaningfully, yet the recognition you hope for never comes. Perhaps your ideas are dismissed, or worse, credited to someone else. This feeling of being overlooked can gnaw at your confidence and make you question your worth. But what if this isn't just a fleeting phase, but a reflection of how your boss truly values you? Recognizing the hidden signs of being undervalued isn't merely about ego or pride. It's about clarity and self-respect. In a Stoic sense, it's about understanding what's within your control. You can't force others to value you, but you can choose to see the signs, reflect on their meaning, and decide how to respond. Ignoring these signals can lead to stagnation, dissatisfaction, and a life where you remain a shadow of your potential. The purpose of this video is simple: to help you identify these hidden signs and take proactive steps toward a more fulfilling career. Each sign we'll explore is a subtle clue, often buried beneath day-to-day interactions, yet significant enough to guide your decisions. Let me offer a disclaimer. Context is vital. People act in ignorance or distraction more often than with malice. Before concluding that your boss doesn't value you, it's wise to pause and reflect. Have an honest conversation if needed, as clear communication can dispel assumptions and misunderstandings. As Marcus Aurelius once said, if you are distressed by anything external, the pain is not due to the thing itself, but to your estimate of it. With this wisdom in mind, let's examine these signs, not with bitterness, but with clarity and a focus on what truly matters: your growth and well-being. 1. Lack of acknowledgement for your work. Imagine this. You've stayed late, delivered a project ahead of schedule, or resolved a critical issue that saved the company time and money. Yet, when the team gathers, your boss showers praise on others, leaving your contribution unnoticed. Over time, this pattern erodes your confidence and creates a nagging question: do they even see what I bring to the table? From a Stoic perspective, acknowledgement isn't something we control. Epictetus reminds us, "It is not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters." However, repeated lack of recognition signals something deeper. If your efforts consistently go unnoticed, it may reflect not your worth, but your boss's priorities, or lack thereof. What can you do? Start by documenting your contributions. When the time is right, calmly present them to your boss in a review or one-on-one meeting. Speak not with frustration, but with confidence. For example, "I wanted to highlight some projects I've taken the lead on this quarter and discuss how I can contribute further to the team's success." This approach anchors your worth in tangible evidence and invites collaboration. Remember, acknowledgement is a reflection of others, not a measure of your value. Don't let their neglect diminish your internal sense of accomplishment. Seek workplaces or leaders who align with your contributions, but above all, value yourself first. 2. No opportunities for growth. A stagnant role is a silent threat to your potential. If your boss overlooks you for training sessions, fails to mention promotion opportunities, or hesitates to assign challenging projects, it's a sign they don't see you as part of the bigger picture. Growth is not merely an ambition, it's a necessity for your professional well-being. Seneca advises, "As long as you live, keep learning how to live." If your workplace denies you this fundamental right, ask yourself, is this the environment that aligns with my aspirations? To address this, take the initiative. Research growth opportunities within or outside your company. Ask for specific feedback on what skills you should develop to qualify for the next level. A direct conversation like, "I'm eager to grow in my role. What steps can I take to better contribute to the team?" shows your dedication and makes your intentions clear. If no path forward emerges, consider whether staying aligns with your goals. Growth comes from environments that challenge and empower you. If this isn't available, moving on may be the most stoic and self-respecting decision you can make. 3. Micromanagement or overbearing oversight. Few things are more suffocating than a boss who constantly hovers over your work. Micromanagement often stems from distrust, which can make even the most capable employee feel inadequate. If your boss rewrites your emails, double-checks every minor detail, or overrides your decisions, it signals they don't trust your expertise. Or worse, they don't want you to shine independently. A Stoic approach reminds us to separate what we can control, our work ethic and attitude, from what we cannot, such as another's insecurities. As Marcus Aurelius noted, waste no more time arguing about what a good man should be one. To counter micromanagement, focus on building trust. Communicate regularly about your progress and results before they ask. For instance, you might say, "Here's the status of the project and how I plan to move forward. Let me know if there's anything specific you'd like adjusted." This preemptive transparency can ease their fears and allow you more freedom over time. However, if their behavior persists despite your efforts, reflect on whether this is an environment conducive to growth. Being trusted to exercise your skills is essential for professional development. If that's not possible, it may be time to seek a role where your independence is valued. As the Stoics teach, protect your energy and focus on what propels you forward. 4. Exclusion from important meetings or projects. Imagine finding out about a major team decision from a co-worker or being left out of a critical meeting where your expertise would have been valuable. Exclusion from key discussions or projects isn't just frustrating. It's a strong indication that your voice isn't valued. Over time, this marginalization can lead to stagnation, making it difficult to showcase your skills or grow professionally. From a Stoic perspective, this exclusion challenges your sense of belonging, but it's also an opportunity for self-reflection. Marcus Aurelius advises, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." Instead of dwelling on the slight, Assess whether your skills and contributions align with the team's goals. Sometimes exclusion stems from oversight rather than intent. To address this, assertively yet respectfully, make your desire to contribute known. For example, you could say, "I noticed I wasn't included in the recent project planning session. I'd love to offer my insights and support next time." This demonstrates initiative without accusation. If exclusion persists despite your efforts, reflect on the workplace culture. A team that consistently sidelines you may not value your input, or worse, may not align with your growth goals. Your talents deserve a platform where they can thrive, and sometimes that means seeking opportunities elsewhere. 5. Unclear or vague feedback. Imagine receiving the same generic feedback in every review. "You're doing fine. Keep it up." While it might seem harmless, vague or non-existent feedback leaves you in the dark about your performance. How can you improve, excel, or align with expectations if you're never told where you stand? A lack of clarity signals indifference, a dangerous barrier to your growth. As Stoics, we value self-awareness and reflection. Epictetus said, "Know first who you are, and then adorn yourself accordingly." Constructive feedback is vital in this process, as it provides the mirror we need to see ourselves clearly. If your boss is unclear, take the initiative. Request specific feedback with questions like, "What aspects of my work are most valuable to the team, and where can I improve?" Framing the conversation positively shows that you're invested in growth and not merely fishing for validation. However, if clarity remains elusive, document your achievements and assess your performance independently. Seek input from trusted colleagues or mentors to fill the gaps. Long term, consider whether a boss who avoids giving clear guidance aligns with your career ambitions. Your development deserves clarity, not apathy. 6. Favoritism toward others. Few workplace dynamics are as demoralizing as favoritism. When one team member consistently receives the best assignments, praise, or perks, it creates an environment of inequality. If you feel like no matter how hard you work, you're always in someone else's shadow, it's time to consider what this pattern reveals about your boss's priorities. Seneca reminds us, we suffer more in imagination than in reality. While favoritism may seem personal, it often stems from biases or comfort zones rather than deliberate malice. However, understanding this doesn't mean you must accept it passively. To address favoritism, focus on what you can control, your own performance and contributions. Maintain a strong work ethic and document your achievements to ensure they're visible. You might also have a candid conversation with your boss, asking, "Are there additional opportunities where I could contribute and showcase my skills?" This shifts the focus from comparison to collaboration. Yet, if favoritism continues unchecked and stifles your opportunities for growth, ask yourself if this is a team you want to invest in. A workplace built on fairness and merit will always provide a stronger foundation for your future. Do not let another's bias define your worth. Your value is determined by your actions, not their preferences. 7. Unfair workload distribution. Picture this. You're constantly assigned the most challenging tasks while others receive lighter workloads or avoid responsibility altogether. Despite your efforts, the extra work goes unnoticed or unappreciated. Over time, this imbalance can lead to burnout and resentment, making you question if you're being exploited rather than valued. From a Stoic lens, unfair treatment is a test of your resilience and perspective. As Marcus Aurelius wrote, "You have endured countless misfortunes, yet look, still you stand." However, enduring does not mean enabling. Recognizing when an unfair burden is placed on you is the first step toward change. To address this, communicate assertively but diplomatically. For example, you might say, I've noticed that my workload is significantly heavier compared to others. I'd like to discuss how we can better balance tasks to ensure everyone contributes equally. By framing the issue as a team concern, you minimize defensiveness while advocating for yourself. If the imbalance persists, consider whether the organization aligns with your long-term goals. While hard work is commendable, a workplace that exploits rather than appreciates your efforts will stifle your growth. Remember, your time and energy are finite. Choose to invest them wisely. 8. Lack of personal interest. A boss who shows no curiosity about your well-being, career aspirations, or personal growth sends a clear message. You're seen as a cog in the machine rather than a valued individual. While professionalism doesn't demand friendship, it does require a basic level of respect and human connection. The Stoic philosopher Epictetus reminds us, "What concerns me is not the way things are, but the way people think things are." A lack of personal interest may stem from a boss who views employees purely in terms of productivity, not individuality. This mindset, while disappointing, reflects more on them than on you. To address this, initiate conversations about your goals and development. Share your aspirations with statements like, "I'm eager to grow in my role and would love your guidance on how I can contribute more effectively to the team." This proactive approach demonstrates your commitment and invites them to engage. However, if their indifference remains, remember that your worth isn't dependent on their recognition. Seek mentorship elsewhere and align yourself with leaders who see your potential. Value yourself as a whole person, not just a worker. This mindset is key to navigating such situations with dignity and strength. 9. Low compensation or no raises. You've delivered results, exceeded expectations, and consistently added value to your team, yet your paycheck remains the same. Low compensation or stagnant wages despite proven performance is one of the clearest signs your boss doesn't value your contributions. It's a financial and symbolic reminder that your efforts are being taken for granted. Seneca wisely stated, "It is not the man who has too little, but the man who craves more that is poor." While this encourages contentment with what we have, it doesn't mean accepting less than you deserve. Compensation reflects respect, both for your skills and the time you dedicate to your work. If you find yourself in this situation, start by researching industry standards for your role. With this information in hand, schedule a meeting with your boss and present a calm, factual case. Based on my contributions and market data, I'd like to discuss adjusting my compensation to reflect my value to the team. If raises are consistently denied or promises remain unfulfilled, consider whether staying aligns with your self-worth. As a professional, you deserve fair pay for your contributions. Pursue roles where your efforts are recognized, both financially and professionally. 10. Frequent criticism without constructive solutions. Criticism, when constructive, is a tool for growth. But when your boss frequently focuses on your flaws without offering guidance to improve, it becomes a source of demoralization rather than development. Over time, constant criticism without solutions can erode your confidence and sense of capability. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Reject your sense of injury, and the injury itself disappears." While criticism may sting, your response determines its impact. Instead of internalizing harsh words, use them as an opportunity to reflect and refine. To navigate this dynamic, seek clarity. The next time you're criticized, ask respectfully, "Could you provide specific examples or guidance on how I can improve?" This shifts the conversation from blame to problem solving and demonstrates your willingness to grow. However, if the criticism remains vague or purely negative, it may reflect more on your boss's leadership than your performance. Surround yourself with mentors and colleagues who provide constructive feedback and encourage your development. A workplace that thrives on tearing others down is not a place for growth. It's a place to outgrow. Value your potential enough to seek an environment that nurtures it. Solutions and how to handle the situation. Identifying these signs is only the first step. What you do next determines whether you grow stronger or remain trapped in a cycle of frustration. As Stoics, we understand that while we cannot control external events, we have full power over how we respond. Here's how you can constructively address these situations. Self-assessment. Before taking action, pause and reflect on your own contributions. Are you meeting or exceeding expectations? Are there areas where you can improve? As Epictetus said, first, say to yourself what you would be, and then do what you have to do. Ensure you're fulfilling your role to the best of your ability, so you approach the issue with integrity. Open communication. The next step is direct but respectful dialogue. Schedule a meeting with your boss to discuss your concerns. For example, say, "I'd like to understand how I can contribute more effectively and align my goals with the team's objectives." Frame the conversation around growth and collaboration rather than confrontation. This Stoic approach focuses on solutions rather than dwelling on the problem. Document achievements. Keep a detailed record of your accomplishments, challenges you've overcome, and any measurable contributions you've made. This provides tangible evidence of your value. When presenting your case, be factual and calm. Your work speaks louder than emotion. Seek support. If the situation doesn't improve, consider seeking guidance from HR, a trusted mentor, or colleagues. Outside perspectives can provide clarity and solutions you might not have considered. Personal growth strategies. Ultimately, growth is in your control. Invest in learning new skills, networking, or exploring lateral moves. If the current environment doesn't align with your aspirations, it's not failure. It's wisdom to seek a place where you can flourish. As Seneca wisely noted, "As is a tale, so is life. Not how long it is, but how good it is what matters." Recognizing the hidden signs that your boss doesn't value you is an act of self-respect. It's not about bitterness or resentment, but about clarity and growth. Ignoring these signs can lead to stagnation, but addressing them with courage and wisdom paves the way for a brighter future. The Stoics remind us to focus on what we can control, our actions, our responses, and our decisions. You can't always change your boss or your workplace, but you can choose to advocate for yourself, to grow, and, when necessary, to move on to an environment where your contributions are truly valued. Ultimately, your worth isn't determined by others' recognition. It comes from knowing the value you bring and the integrity with which you carry yourself. As Marcus Aurelius said, "If it is not right, do not do it. If it is not true, do not say it." Honor your worth by taking steps that align with your principles and ambitions. Remember, prioritizing your professional growth and mental well-being isn't selfish. It's essential. You deserve a workplace that respects and appreciates your contributions. Take action, stay true to your values, and watch as opportunities that align with your worth unfold before you. If you've experienced these signs, share your story in the comments. And don't forget to like, subscribe, and join us next time for more insights on building a wiser, stronger career.